How's it going, ladies and gentlemen? We are 3 parts away, including this video, from the end of this development of this application. And ladies and gentlemen, I am so happy with where we've gotten to this particular point. And right now, what it is that we're left with is dealing with the point of sale list groups. We're going to be calculating net profit. We're going to be overviewing the products and knowing the best sellers of these particular products. We're going to be doing the credit notes and the delivery notes, and then eventually we close up for going to part 5, where we'll be dealing with payments and integrating the M-Pesa Daraja API. And then we go to part 6, where we'll be deploying, and we'll do a conclusion on the deployment after we are done with it. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are interested in getting into this development, let us indeed begin. Okay, so essentially I can't quite talk well because there's a wound on my lip, not my lip, but my tongue and on the back side. So it's like rubbing against my teeth and it's really uncomfortable. So if I mispronounce some words and, and not talk much during this entire tutorial, please forgive me. I'm trying my best to manage everything. And I'm going to try my best also to pull everything together so that I don't have to cut this in editing that much. But yeah, I'll move on. Now, there's an issue that we were tackling at the end of the last part, which was to do with our routes over here, our sidebar navigation. So whenever it is that we click on this create role, we can't click on any one of these to be able to navigate to any one of those. And I just got to realize in my mind that I actually never got into the console to check out what the problem is. And now that I've gotten into the console, I can already instantly see that there's a problem over here. The AdminLTE JavaScript is not being brought into the system. So if I come in here and go into our resources, views, and then we go to layouts app, then this is where we'll be able to see that essentially we go to the very bottom where our AdminLTE is supposed to be brought in, and we can definitely see that there's something that's going on. Yeah, right here. So you can definitely see that there's this problem right here, and you can see that this one is saying that the AdminLTE is being brought in through roles. You can see roles/AdminLTE because of the route that is here is roles. So that is a problem. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to come in here, encompass it with the brackets and do that. And then we'll come in here and say asset. So we'll just wrap it inside an asset function, and that's done. So I'm sure that has cleared the problem. So if I come in here, we are in the create role. And if we come in here and click on this, we can see that it is actually working. So that issue is totally gone, which is a relief, a big relief indeed. And then we can also see there's a bit of an error over here with this bootstrap.js. So you can see it's being brought into resources.js bootstrap. So it's saying require is not defined, which I don't really understand because require is actually a JS function. So I'm just going to go into bootstrap.js. And then you can see require here, require here, require here, which is fine. I think this is okay. I'm not even going to contest whatever it is that it's actually telling us to do. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Oh, and before we even proceed on, I'm just going to come in here and do window $$ is equal to window.jQuery, which is equal to require, and then I'll call in jQuery like so. So I'll just leave it like that. I can even leave it without the stuff. And yeah, I can leave it without the semicolons and it will still be fine. And I think that is all right. So now at this particular point, at this juncture, I think we are good to go with all the errors that would have been brought up. As you can see, we have the restructuring of the errors that are here, which is quite fine. I don't really I don't really mind that much because this code is still working regardless. So we can move on and actually look at what it is that we were supposed to build. So, like I said, according to my notes, so we're going to deal with the select view in the list groups. And these are very different. Actually, I'll show you what we're dealing with right now. Yeah. So we're dealing with inside this create category situation, right? So not create category, but create purchases situation. If we come in here and to create the purchases, we have this supplier search. I'm just going to start typing, and we have just the name over here settled in. All right. Then we also have the product search, which is also like this. So what we're going to do here is, instead of having these different, we just go to resources, views, Livewire, and then we go to purchases, then index, all right? Then we'll have these different categories or these different catalogs right here. We have a part called, what is this? I'm trying to look at, no, not index, but create. Yeah, I was looking for this. So there's this part for the supplier search, and then there's the list view over here, where we have the list group and then the list group item right here. So this list group item is what we're going to be changing. And for us to continuously change this, we're going to come in here, open a different terminal, and then we're going to do PHP artisan make component. And then we're going to come in here and say, this is a supplier component, right? So supplier list group, right? So we'll just call it supplier list, supplier list, list item. All right. So we'll just call it like that, supplier list item. I'm going to come in here and cut this, and then I'm going to do X supplier list item. Right, so we're going to have that, and then I'm going to come in here and pass this inside here. So in a case where we have the supplier list item, I'm just going to leave it like this, which is fine, but then now we're going to have an error when we load this up. So if I come in here and click on that, supplier, because you can see everything is right there. So what I'm going to do in this situation here is, I'm going to hit save, and then we'll see instantly there's an error that will pop up. And there's no error whatsoever that's popping up. Oh, yeah, there we go. So undefined variable supplier. So what we're going to do here is, we're just going to come in here and pass in colon supplier to be equal to the supplier. And then you can see this for each situation is being passed in like that. Actually, in fact, I will come in here and block all these off. And then when I come back here, I'm just going to pass them in as props. So I'm just going to come in here and do add props. And then the props will start with the supplier. And then we'll come in and just put this there. So once we save that, I think everything will be golden. So if I come in here and reframe this, there has to be purchases passed in. So in terms of purchases, we can see that inside here, inside the supplier list item, we are passing in a purchase supplier ID. And this purchase supplier ID is just going to be passed in like so. All right, so we're just going to come in here and we're dealing with the purchase. The purchase is inside here, right? It's inside this variable. So I'm just going to come in here and pass it in as another variable here. And with that done, I'll come in here and now just do purchase. And then I'll just pass in the purchase. So now with that done, if I come in here and do this, we still have undefined variable of purchase because we've not saved this. So we'll come in here and do that, and then space, and we have this ready again, right? So if we come in here and now we start editing this item right here into a proper list group that can actually tell us everything, then this would be golden. So what I'm going to come in here and do is I'm just going to come and Actually, in fact, I'm going to go to Bootstrap 5. So I'm going to go to Bootstrap templates. And then, of course, we're going to come into our categories, maybe say e-commerce and retail. And then we'll look at the list groups somewhere, or we can just come in here and Bootstrap. Okay, so Bootstrap definitely has a site over here, which is really good. So I'm just going to come in here and go to getbootstrap.com. Then I'm going to go to examples, and then I'm going to search list group item. So you can see this list groups, and we can actually edit some of them. Like this one is an edited piece. That you can see inside list group item, we have a div with ms2 me auto and with a subheading and all that stuff. And then the span is going to the very end, which is, I think it's using the justify content between, I think. So what we'll just do here is we'll do exactly that. So list group item, and then we have this part for active, and then we'll use deflex. Then use justify content between. Right? Then we'll come in here and take the supplier name, exit from here. Then we'll just do a div of me auto. Right, and inside this, we'll come in here and put the supplier name, and maybe just do the supplier email, the supplier email at the bottom as well. So I'll come in here and just do a supplier. So I'll just do a H5 with the supplier name, and then I'll do a P tag with the supplier email. Yeah, and I think that will be good enough at this particular point. So where we've reached, we can actually check this out now. So you can see the name is there and the email is down there. Now inside here, because if I do another P tag, it will space it out much farther than we actually anticipated. So what we're going to do here is we're going to use break tags inside our paragraph. So I'm just going to do a break tag. And then we'll just do phone number. So I'll just do supplier phone number. And that's that. So we have the supplier name, the supplier email, the supplier phone number. We can actually put it as a H6. So H6 is not bad, I believe. So we can just do that and everything will be golden. Okay, I think H5 is really good. And then we'll just do a class of text, and we can just do primary. Right, so secondary it is. And yeah, there we are. Actually, we can just leave these alone and just leave them like so. And then down here in the P tag, we'll just do a class of text muted. And to see that, that's good. Right, then we can go ahead and do another div, all right? And this one we'll just do margin start auto, which is going to put this at the very end. So now what is it that we want to put inside at that particular point? This point is we're going to come in here and do balance, maybe say total balance. Something like this, and it's definitely going to throw an error because that doesn't exist, or rather it's not going to show anything. So total balance is essentially the balance that we have that belongs to the supplier. So we'll just come in here and do KES, and then we'll say supplier total balance, and we'll wrap it inside a number format function. And we'll wrap it inside a number format function with 2 decimal places. And then we'll do this. We'll just put it as a H6 for this one. And then we'll say inside MS Auto, we'll align items center. So align center, just align center. And then we'll come in here and see what happens. Okay, we'll align item center. So yeah, this definitely doesn't work. But I remember there used to be a function that we could use inside our HTML tags that will allow us to align everything to the center. But what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to leave it like this. So MS Auto, maybe MY Auto. Yeah, MY Auto is fine. And we could actually use text cache. And inside text cache, what we're going to do here is we're going to come in here and we're going to go to we're going to go to text cache. So text cache will be cache green, let's say. Text cache green. Then we'll go to resources, SAS, and then app.scss. And we'll come in here and create a class over here called text cache green. And just going to come in here, dark money green. And we're going to use this as a hex color. So we'll come in and maybe use this one. And I can't quite find the hex color. All right, so we'll come back here into the app, paste this there. We have the text green and we also have the text cache red. Dark money red hex. So we'll come in here, look at the 25 best shades of CRUD, and then we have this one. So AEOCOO. So AEOCOO. So we'll come in here and do AE0C00. And that is the color. And that lands definitely. All right, so when we go back to our application right here, if we come in here and do this, we can see greens everywhere. And now when we go to coming here, text cache green, there's text cache green and text cache red. So I'm going to come in here and just do that. And then I'm going to come in here and say supplier total balance is greater than 0. So if it's greater than 0, it means that we have their money. So if we have their money, then it should be red. If we don't have their money, then it should be green. So then text cache red. So yeah. So if it's greater than 0, text cache red. And then this should be a question right there. Okay. So I don't know why this one is throwing an error. I don't understand why. Okay, so I think we're good to go. So you can see it's 0, which is fine. And if it's going any less, then it will still be fine. If it's higher, Then we move. All right, then how do we get the balances, right? I think we already came up with a model for that. So I'm just going to come in and maybe I'll create another one of these, and then I want to do an MS Auto instead. So it will just be straight down the middle, I believe. Yeah, straight down the middle for all of them. I could do MY Auto and also MX Auto. So that, you know, this one is on the middle. And then over here, what we will do in this situation is maybe we could put the account details, right? So inside here, we would put the account details. We'll just come in here and do account details as a H6, the colon right there. And then we'll just come in here and do a P tag, and the count number is going to be there. So I'll come in just to supplier bank, and then we'll come and say name, and then we'll just do a break tag, and then we'll just come and do supplier account number. And just like that, we're good to go. So you come in here and refresh this. So M-Pesa like that, like that, like that, like that, like that. Yeah. So I think everything is good here. We could actually even like maybe say class text muted. Yeah. And then if we select this as an active, it comes and selects this one, selects that, selects that, selects that, which is fine. I think everything at this particular point, at this point here, it is good. So now how do we go about, you know, enabling this same thing for the purchase product? For the product. So if I come in here and do this, this is what shows. So first thing that I'd want to also do here is, instead of doing a P tag here, I think the best thing would have been to do a small. So I'm just going to come in here, go and paste that. I think the best thing would have been a small, so that the design looks good. Right, it looks better. It looks a lot better. Actually, it looks more situated in like for an actual you know, system than I actually thought. Okay, so what we need to do next here is we need to enable the same thing for the purchases. So I'm just going to come in here, and instead of supplier list item, I'm just going to do purchase list item. PA make component purchase list item. Not purchase list item, but client list item. So I created that model by that component by mistake. So I'm just going to come and delete it. I'll delete it from here, and I'll also delete it from components purchase list item right there. So then we'll go to client list item, paste everything here, including the props. And then instead of supplier, we'll replace that with client. And then instead of purchase, replace it with sale. Right, and we're good to go at this particular point. We need to have this kind of stuff here. And then when we come in to our, when we go into our supplier create, actually our edit over here also needs to be replaced, this list group right here. So I'm just going to come in here and replace it right there. And that one will be fine. Yeah, that one will be fine. When we go to our sales and create, we'll come and place it here. But instead of purchase, we replace it with sale. And instead of supplier, we replace that with client. And there are 3 of them. Great. So once we've done that, even if we go now to sales, create, we can see our client search is also at this point. The only thing we need to change now in our client search, when we go to our client list item, is the order in which these two appear, the cache red and the cache green. So I'm just going to come in here, cut this, paste it here, and that's it. And the reason why we're saying that is because if a client has our balance, then it should be green. And if they do not, if we have their balance, then it should be red. That's how we go about that. So that's the list group items for the selecting of the client and the selecting of the purchases. Sorry, the supplier. Then when we go to our products themselves, so when we go to our products themselves, we can go ahead, close these two. We'll go to the sales again, and then we are dealing with now this part over here, right? Where we're selecting the product. So we'll come in here and just do, instead of client list item, we're now doing product list item. So inside product list item, we're going to come in here. Actually, we're going to paste what it is that we used the last time over here, supplier list item, and then we're going to replace it with product. But before we even continue, I'm just going to come in here, copy this, actually cut it, then paste that over here. We have product list item, and then we'll pass in the product. And then we'll also pass in here another item that we might be choosing. So I'm just going to come in here, paste this, format it properly. Then we have the selected product ID that is over here. So this selected product ID is also being passed in through props. So I'm just going to come in here, paste props over here. And the prop that we want to pass in here is the product and the select product ID. Like so. Actually, it's better if I just copy and paste it like that. So we'll just leave it like this, and then we'll go back to the sales, and then we'll have the selected products ID, like so, and we will just paste that here. So now once we do that, if we come in here and hit this, we still have this running. This is inside the sales. So what we're going to come in here and do is we're going to paste what it is that we had inside our supplier list item. So I'm just going to come in here, copy our stuff here, and then paste it inside product list item, and then look at the similarities. So the only similarity here is that the active is being determined by this. So we'll just replace that there, and then we'll come in here and replace the wire click with this one. And then we have our functions right here, which is the ME auto, MX auto, and MS auto, which, you know, align them differently inside this deflex columns. So what we're going to deal with here is this product name. And then over here, down here, we're going to have a description. So maybe the product description or the brand. You can come in here and just do the H6 for the brand. So we'll come in here and do product brand and then name. And then we'll replace this H5 with the H6. And then down here in the small, we'll come and put in the product description. Which is quite fine. So if I come in here and just do that, we still have a problem here because of the supply area right now. So over here, we'll come in here and say balance of units. Then we'll come in here and just do, since it's text muted, we'll come and take product and then inventory balance, which is here. Still going to be an error because of this part over here, the total balance. So we'll come in here and just deal with it right now. Actually, in fact, this one here was supposed to get out of this point here and come down into this point here. So if I come in here, space, we still have the supply issue right there. And yeah, this is it. So I'll come in here and just do product, inventory balance. So we'll have cash red and cash green. And then the balance of units. Yeah. So that's how we're going to go about that. So yeah, I think this is already golden the way it is, because the product inventory balance is just the way it is. So if I come in here and space this, we have balance of units 0, balance of units 10, 17, 0. So what I'm going to do here is, if it is less than or equal to 0, then we'll get a cash red. If it's greater than, get cash green. Alternatively, what I'll just do here is then do this as green, red. Right. So we'll deal with it like that. And then instead of text muted, this is going to be, and this is, instead of it being text muted and it being small, I'm just going to come in here and do this as a H5. Yeah, H5. And then we'll come in here and do a H6 with the class of text secondary. And that's how we go about that. So this text muted gotten rid of instantly. And then we shall see it works. It works very, very well. So you can see we have the brand names at the very top. Under the brand names, I'm going to come in here and just do class text capitalize. I don't know if this is an actual class, but Yeah, it is text capitalized, which is all right. It's an actual class. And then we'll also do text inv primary. And then I'll leave it like that. So if I come in here and do this, you can see there we are, there we are, there we are, there we are. They're all coming very well, which is not bad at all. So now, after doing that, all I'm just going to come in here and do is I'm going to delete this. And now we have our product search working very well. So come in here, come in here. So this is essentially what I was aiming for. As you can see, everything is working very, very well. And if we want to add another piece to the puzzle, we can actually always add an image at the very side. So if I come in here, do an ME auto, inside this ME auto, we do an IMG. And then this IMG is going to be a bootstrap image. So it's going to be a bootstrap image default with the image fluid, or IMG image picture. I could do that. So I'm just going to do an IMG over here, and then image default. Then the source will be the product image. I don't think there's a product image just yet, but we can add that as a field. And in a case where it's not there, then it's okay. At least there's a space for the product image at the moment. But we can put a placeholder. I think we can actually look for a placeholder. So I'm just going to come in here and paste it right here. And now that it's saved, as you can see, our image has loaded up quite well. Now to also define the size, I think I'll just come in here and do a width of, given this is 150 pixels and it works like that, I'm going to do 100 pixels. And yeah, we're good to go. Maybe even 75 pixels. Maybe 75 pixels works fine. Yeah, I think we're good to go. So we can actually leave it like this and it will be just fine. I think everything is looking good at this particular point. So yeah, so this product list item is being used inside our sales at the moment. So this is a product list item, but we can also paste this product list item exactly the way it is inside our purchases create, where we have our list group over here. So we're just going to come in here and paste this here and then save. The only thing that is different in this situation is that select product, I think, is the only function that is working for both of these classes. So what we're going to do here is we're going to ensure that that's the situation. So I go to purchases, create, and the function here is select product. Yeah, this is it. And then the function inside our sales is also should also be select product, right? So inside our edit, we should also have the same things. So inside our edit here, if we go back down to our list group for the products, I'm just going to paste it there. And inside the edit here, I'm also going to paste it here. So the product list item is in every one of these. Inside our create, we also had our client list item. So we're just going to come in here, take it from the sales create and also put it inside the sales edit right here. Great. So this is working as it should. So now if I come in here and go to the sales list, which we have here, and then we go and click on edit, we have everything working. We have the client search working over here. We have the product search, we have the quantity, the unit price. They're all working. So the product, we can add more products here. Yeah, and definitely is working well. Now, another thing that we've always been told not to do is use pixels inside, sizing. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to do maybe say 10 VH or something like that. I don't know if that will work. It could be better. It could be better. Okay, so we have this thing called 2EM, which is a size relative to the font size. It's 2 times the size of the parent element's font size. So if we come in here and do that, we wouldn't get anything. So 2EM wouldn't work. But if I did percentage, I think percentage would be what? Maybe say 50%. And then if we search this, we'll definitely get the image coming in like that. If we go to the create, then our image also comes in like that, which is fine. And I think this is still really, really, really good. So yeah, I think we're still in a good place right now. Even if we decided that we were going to instead of justify content between, I'll just come in here and say deflex. And let's see if that works. It still works. So the justify content between, not necessary, but and everything works just as good. So we're just going to leave it like that. And then we move on forward. Okay, so now we've gotten this situation where we have inventory balances giving us the creeps. So what is the problem with us having an inventory balance giving us the creeps? The reason why we can't have our inventory balances doing for us shenanigans like that is because if we decide we want to sell an XPS 13, right? Let's say we go to our sales, create sale, and we want to sell an XPS 13. We want to sell 2, and then the unit price will probably put it like at 60,000, let's say, right? If we add this, it will add. Essentially, we don't have Dell XPSs all over the place. We don't have any whatsoever. If we come in here and hit the space, there's none whatsoever in the system. So if we click on make sale, this essentially shouldn't be happening, right? The sale date field is required and one more. So we'll come in here, put the date and put the client. The client is this one. If we come in here and make the sale, that essentially shouldn't be happening, right? That should not be happening. Where we save the sale of this particular item into the system. This shouldn't be happening. And the reason why it shouldn't be happening is because we have no Dells to sell. If we come back here and go into creating the sale and check this out, we have a -2. This is not supposed to be possible. We're not supposed to have a -2 in terms of the balances in our units. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to change the logic inside our sales in order for us to ensure that that is not going to be happening. So inside our sales, right? We already have our inventory balance within the products. So we already know that this is not supposed to be happening. Now we come in here, we have the selected product ID, we have the quantity, and we have the price. And then for each of these products list, key as list items. So we have this situation right here where we can decide whether or not we are going to add this list item inside the system. So I'll come in here and say, I'll put an if statement over here, okay? And I'll come and say if product find, all right? And then we'll come in here and take the list item product ID, okay? And then we'll come and say, okay, inventory balance, all right, is less than or equal to, no, is less than, the inventory balance is actually less than the quantity that is actually being passed through in this situation, which is actually inside this product list right now. So we'll come in here and take this, okay? So we already passed this inside the product list. Now this is the problem. So instead, I think it should be in the situation where we are adding into the list. But this is just simply checking for all these different items, right? So inventory balance. So if the product find ID, right, and so on and so forth. Then we have to throw, and they'll throw a new exception saying inventory balance is low. Okay. And yeah, I think for each different item that is already in the products list, we should be able to check whether or not the inventory balance is that particularly low. So yeah, we're going to come in here and say that we have this product ID and the inventory balance right there. So I'll come in here and say new balance is equal to, and then we'll come in here and put the product ID find, well, the list item product ID, inventory balance, and we're going to subtract it from, let's say, for example, if this list item is already in the situation, it's already in the products list. There's a lot of things that are going on here, but let's finish with this one first. So this should essentially throw an error already. So if I come in here, I want to add the XPS 13 into the system. Quantity is 2, unit price is 65,000. Then I add to the list. Right, so it's adding to the list regardless of whether or not this item is low, right? But here's the thing, if the inventory balance is less than the quantity that needs to be added into, then it should already throw the exception. And then each product list is still being iterated within here. So instead of doing product list, instead of doing list item product ID like so and so, we'll come in here and replace list item over here. This product list key, and then we'll come in here and say product ID. But this is when the product list is already being populated. So what I'm going to come in here and do is I'm just going to get this out, and then I'll do an if statement coming in, and I'll say if we found the product, right? And we'll say that this selected product ID, all right, that has an inventory balance that is less than this quantity, right? Then at this point, throw the exception. At this point, throw the exception. Now, when we come back here, we're going to come in here into the product search. We'll select this again. We'll come and select the quantity and the unit price, 50,000. Add this to the list. And you can see inventory balance is low. So essentially, nothing should be added into the list if this is already in play. Right. So if this is already in play, then this pushing into the list is not going to be happening. And I think I'll just leave it at that. I think the sale is going to be fine just after that. So if by any chance a situation happens and we're able to make the sale, and we make the sale when the quantity inside the inventory balance is actually lower than the quantity that's inside the list, because there's a situation where somebody else can make this transaction at the same time, and then there's a clash in terms of making the sales. So we'll come in here and say this validate, okay, and then we'll come in here and we'll say right, we'll validate first. Now after validation, we're looking at each product list, and then we're looking at each sale and attaching the products with all these different items. So I don't mind in the point where we're going to be saving this. I only mind if now we're coming into a situation where when we come and do this product list like this, when we post, we're going to get a situational problem. So for each of this product list as list item, right? Now we'll come in here and say if, and then we'll reiterate in between the entirety of this product list at this particular point. I'll just come in here, put the same if statement right here. If product find ID, then this, I'll just take the list item product ID. And paste it inside there. So we'll come in here and say, and I think I also need to zoom in just a bit so that everyone can be able to see the code. I'll come in here and say, if product find list item product ID inventory balance is less than, if the inventory balance at this particular point when we are attaching items is less than the quantity that we are passing in. So the quantity is coming in from the products list item. So we'll come in here and just come and say list item quantity, which is this point here. Then throw new exception, inventory balance is low. So in a situation where this fails to check, and we happened to pass in the XPS 13 with a quantity, maybe say 3, unit balance, unit price is 6, and then the client search could be probably there, and then we add this to the list. Then we also come in here and say that the date of the sale is maybe say 13th, right? If we come in and do that, and then we click on make the sale, first things first, I'm just going to come in here before we proceed on, and I'll come and say inventory balance for, and then I'll pass in the list item name. So I'll come in here and just do product ID, find that, and then name. I don't know if this is sufficient. Okay. Yeah, it's not sufficient. So I'll come in and concatenate them. I think that will be the best way to go about things. And boom. And then just stop with this. All right, so we have this. We'll come in here, put date 13. Marie. And then we'll come in here and do a product search. A product search will be now the XPS 13. And then the quantity, I'll put 3, the unit price 65,000. And yeah, I'll just leave it like this. Add this to the list. And at this point, it should deny me from doing that. So you can see inventory balance for Dell XPS 13 is low. So that is essentially what it should be doing. So in a case where we've already saved the sale, right, it should enhance this sale again because we're still on the same sale. Yeah, so this is what we will do. So I'll come in here and say, I'll come and do an if statement over here. And then I'll say if this sale, then we have products. And we'll have the count function is not greater than 0. So if it's less than or equal to 0, right? Or is equal to 0 because there's no way it can be less than 0 when you're counting in an array. It can't be less than 0. So then essentially this is what we're going to do. We're just going to come in here and say this sale delete, which is a function. Ideally, what I would want to do is, because this is looping in here all at once, then we'll come in here and loop once here, and then loop the second time down here. Because I'm sure if I was to come in here and do the Dell XPS 13, put like 10 units here and the unit price is 50,000, add this to the list, and then I'll come in here, let me just do this person, Marie, date of sale, maybe I say 13th, and then I'll come in here and do a products search. I'll do Samsung Galaxy S23 with the quantity being 9, let's say 9, and the unit price being 85,000. I'll add this to the list, and then maybe say something else, maybe say like the iPad Pro 11, and then the quantity maybe I say 10, unit price maybe at 105,000. Then add this to the list, and you can see if I click on make a sale, yes, inventory balance for Dell XPS 13 is low. So now in a situation where if I did this, I comment this out, save that, So I know that the sales list right here, we have sales at the very bottom with 0. These two have 0 already. Okay. So what gives? What gives with this? If I come in here and do the create sale, I'll come in here and take this one on 13th, the product search. I'll come in here and take 10. The unit price maybe say 95,000. I'll come in here, take that. Maybe the quantity should be like about 5. And the unit price maybe at around 85,000. Add this to the list. So now I have these two, and then I also want to add the XPS 13. And the quantity I want to add here is 3, unit price maybe say 50,000. So once I do that, right? Once I do that and I hit make sale, this is the situational problem. The XPS 13 balance is low, extremely. And if I go back to the sales list, I will come in here and see that there are 15 items that have already been added into the list. That's the Apple and the Samsung. So that's because if I come in here and I check this, I'm not doing a fresh reiteration of these products list after I've done the check of whether or not it's a valid check. So that's the problem. So if I come in here and disable this, okay, I come in here and disable this and then do a check after I've finished this completion, then that error will go completely. This sale will not be created, right? So if this sale is not going to, if this part over here does not go through, then I'm just going to come in here and delete the sale. Delete it, and then I'll come in here and say this sale I'll just keep it like that. I'll just keep it like this. I'll just come in here and do this sale delete, and then I'll throw a new exception. So now, in order for us to proceed on like this, because this check is not coming in, so which means that the sale is not going to be attached afresh. So if I come in here and I create a new sale, let's actually try this again. So 13th, the product search will be here. We'll take the Dell XPS, that actually the iPad Pro 11. We'll take 7 of them at a unit price of 5,000. I'll add this to the list. We'll add another product, maybe say the Samsung Galaxy S23. The quantity being maybe say 5 or no 4 this time, because the balance is now 5. The unit price maybe say 85,000. And then we'll add this to the list. Okay. If we come in here and click on make a sale, the iPad Pro 11 will go through. I think Apple iPad Pro 11. Yeah, balance is 7 units. It will go through. If we come in here and we want to add the Dell XPS 13, quantity being, I don't know, maybe say 6, then unit price 50,000. All right. So now if I come in here and click on this, make the sale, it says the XPS 13 balance is low. So I'll come in here and delete it. Make this sale, and you can see we have an integrity constraint violation number 19, a foreign key constraint failed connection SQLite, delete from sales. So we have that problem right there. So if I come in here and go back to this, we have this part over here where we have the 7 and the 4. which has come back up again, right? So if it's come back up again, that means that this deletion has not happened. And we don't want to save if this sale is not going to be reproved. So instead of doing this sale delete over here, we'll come in here and do the sale save at this point over here, where we have the check done. And then we have our products list now attaching to this sale. So this first check is complete. This is the second check where we have to check if each product is has the balance in the system that is equivalent to anything less than the quantity, or less than or equal to. Well, actually less than, because if it's equal to or greater than, then it should go through. If it's not, then curtains. All right, and then you save, and then you attach, and then if once we go to ahead and attach, and we find that the product count is still at 0, then delete, and then we move on to the sales index bit. So at this point in time, I think I'd want to come into the sales list, and delete a particular sale like this one. And then it says that this sale has already been paid for. So there's a reason why that is being done right now, because of this right here. So I'll come in here and delete maybe this one. And I'll also delete this one. But it's still going to show up as, this one that has 0 is still going to show up as being paid for. And that's because I've put a boolean. And this boolean over here with the status is only going to show whether or not that this is an even or an odd value. So we're going to be starting to deal with credit notes and delivery notes in a short while, but we need to also calculate payments and net profit and things like that. So we're going to incorporate payments at this particular point, and not payments with the use of the M-Pesa API. We're going to be using just the normal registry of payments, where we collect either cash, we collect M-Pesa, or we collect whatnot. So we'll just go ahead and into our system terminal. All right, we have accounts and inventory right now. What we're going to do here is we're going to go to our application, and then we're going to go to the terminal and type in the following command, which is PHP artisan make model payment, all right, -m. And then we're going to make a migration as well. So we're going to come in here and do PA make migration, all right. And then we're going to link the payments and the sales together. So we're going to come in here and say, which one comes first? Payment, so payment, so create payment sale table. And this is the convention. The first one that comes here is the one that comes first in the alphabet, which is P. So PQRS, and then we come to S, which is the sale. And then we'll make that migration like that. And then when we come into our database, we'll come in and normally payments are made by clients. So if we come in here and deal with resources views, sorry, not resources views, but database migrations, and then we have the payments, payment to sales table, right? So we have the ID over here. We'll have the foreign ID over here for the clients. In fact, actually, I'm not going to deal with it like this. Let me just retract. So we have the purchase payments and the sales payments, but Actually, yeah, let's actually do it like that. So I'm going to move this to the recycle bin, and then we go to our models, we delete the payment model, and then we're just going to hit Control B to close that up. Then here, I'm just going to shut down the terminal, hit Control N, and I'm just going to do PA make model purchase payment -M. We're going to come in here and do a sales payment as well. And then we're going to do an interactive way of going about this. So we have PA make model and what I'd have wanted to do is to attach a particular payment from the purchases. Like let's say for example, like we have our client having a balance. Our client has the first sale, all right, being equal to 50,000 Kenyan shillings. And then we'll also have sale 2 being equal to another, maybe say 70,000 shillings. Then comes in and makes a payment 1 of, let's say, 40,000 shillings. And then makes payment 2 worth 80,000 shillings. So we should be able to like line it out like this. So payment 1 can be attached to sale 1 in its entirety, all right? And then payment 2 can be attached to sale 1 by like, let's say 1/8 of it, and then 7/8 of the remainder. 7/8 of this, which is the remainder, is attached to this, which pays the whole debt in full. So that's why we're going with a make migration. Then we'll come into purchase, then purchase payment. So I'll just come in here and say create purchase payment table. And then we'll do the same thing with the sales. So sales, so sale payment. So that's how we'll go about that. So I'm just going to come in here and copy this, paste it inside here. So sales payment, these two have been done. We'll make this purchase payment. All right, so now we have all of these. So I'm just going to come in here and close this, close that. And then we have our models right here, which are to do with the payments themselves. So we have the models, purchase payment, and sales payment. So purchase payment has purchases, right? So we'll come in here and do function purchases. Yes. And then we'll say return this belongs to many. And then we'll come in and do purchase class. And the table that we're going to be dealing with is the purchase payment. This same function, we're going to repeat it inside our purchases. Then we'll call it payments. And then this one belongs to many purchase payments. And it makes sense because in a situation where now we're talking about from the point of view of the purchase itself, right? somebody can make a payment of 25,000 for a 40,000 item and then make the remaining 15,000. So it means this particular purchase belongs to those many purchases. And yeah, that's how it goes. Then we'll go to the purchase payment. We'll go to the sales payment, and we'll just do the same thing. So sales payment, we'll come in here and do sales, and then we'll come and do sale. Just the same thing, and the table here is sale. Sale payment. We'll come into the sales table and pretty much do the exact same thing that we did inside the purchases table. Call it payments. And then we'll come in here and do sales payment. Okay. So now we have this get is paid attribute. So if it's fully paid, if the payments sum is amounting to the total amount that is on this sale, then it is paid. And yeah, we'll just move on forward from there. So what we will just do here is we will get the total payments that are attached to this particular sale. And then once we get the total payments attached to this particular sale in terms of how much is allocated for this particular sale, from the purchase, it's going to be what is going to account into this. So we'll just move on forward and go into purchase payments. All right, and then we'll go into our, not purchase payments, but here as well. I think we've settled everything at this particular point. So now we'll go into our migration. That's the next thing that we need to deal with, the migrations. So inside the migrations, we'll come into sales payments. Inside sales payments, we'll come in here. We have an ID. We have the client that is making we're selling to a client. So we have the client ID over here. So foreign ID. We have the client ID. Then we'll come here and say constrained, right? Then we have the table over here. The payment date. I think the payment date would be ideal for this in a case where we're creating this in different times and we're manually adding all of this into the system. So we'll come in here and say date time. Okay. And then we'll say date time. The column will be time, payment time. Great, and we already have this sales payment now done. So we'll just copy the same things, the same columns that we wanted inside our, and now this here needs to be edited. And this here also needs to be edited. I didn't want it to be like that, sale payment, that's okay. So we have the sales payments, we have the purchase payments. And then we'll come in here and just change this to supplier ID. And then when we come here, we'll get rid of this. We'll put in our table. So given that this is the sales, so we'll come in here and just do sales and sales payment, which is essentially going to be a foreign ID. Sale ID constrained. Then we'll come in here. So now this is attached to the sale. We'll also come in here and attach the the sale payment. Constrained, of course. And then we have to attach an amount. We have to attach an amount such that we have a payment coming in. So we have a payment coming in, the payment time and the payment amount. We have a total amount coming in from the payments. And most of the time, we'll also need a transaction reference. So we'll come in here and just do a string, or rather, let me just do a fresh one. And then we'll come in here and just do what? Payments. Payment reference or transaction reference. Right? Or we'll just come in here and just do call it reference. Just do transaction reference just like that. And then, so we'll have the transaction reference, we have the client ID, we have the payment time, we have the amount, and you know, we have different stuff over here. So there's a transaction reference, amount, payment time, so on and so forth. These same things over here, we're also going to be putting inside our purchases, as our purchase payments. Okay, so they have a transaction reference, you have a supplier ID. So this one is foreign ID. And now there's one more thing that we need to add in our models after doing that. So we'll come in here first of all and just deal with it like this. So we have the sales ID and then we have the sales payment ID. So we'll say that this probably is a sale ID that is amounting to about 50,000 Kenyan shillings. And then this one here, this sale payment is amounting to about maybe say 40,000 shillings. So now we have the probability or the possibilities of doing a situation where here the amount that is allocated, which is this one is amount. Here the amount that is allocated for this particular sale, all right, the amount that is allocated from this to this particular sale is even say, it could be even say 20,000. It could be the whole amount, okay? So we'll just leave it like that. We'll leave it at like, let's say it's 20,000 that's going to be allocated over here. So there's a balance of payment from this here, this 30,000, right? And this balance is still on the client, not the client, but yeah, the client. The 30,000, or sorry, the 20,000 that is remaining from this balance over here is still on the client side. But the client still has a balance unpaid, which is about 30,000, which is a balance unpaid. But that 20,000 could be still allocated to another sale. So that's essentially what I'm trying to do over here. And that's how we incorporate payments into our system. So we'll come in here, we'll deal with it like this, exactly like this. We'll come in here into the sale payment, come to purchase payment. And then the next thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to make a unique value. But I can't make a unique value. This ID is the best in terms of uniqueness that we can possibly go for. We're going to make this the primary key because there's a possibility that, let's say the amount that is allocated over here is 20,000. There's a possibility that this reoccurs again, all right? We have a sale payment ID, a payment that is coming in from a different source or from the same source. So we could actually do this twice in this system and then be able to, you know, account for every single thing that is being done and also get the balance of the sale ID that is not paid. So that's essentially where my thinking is. And for us to go about this very well, so I've done this in the sale payment and I've done it in the purchase payment. So I just need to replace sale with purchase. And essentially that's what I'm going for. So that is how far we've reached in terms of integrating our payments into our purchases and our sales, and to know which one it is that is being paid and which one it is that has not been paid. So I'm just going to close all these. I'm going to migrate. And then when we migrate, we can go ahead and look at how to incorporate it into the UI. So in order to incorporate it into the UI, I'm just going to come in here, close this terminal, close that, and do Control N. And we're going to make a few things. So we're going to come in here and do PA make Livewire. We're going to do admin payments index. So over here, we'll come and do purchase payments index, purchase payments create, and then purchase payments edit. And then over here inside purchase payments edit, we're going to come in here and actually copy this. And then we'll replace these with sale. Okay, and I'm not saving this actually, so I'm just going to come in here, copy this, or even cut it. Control W, open the terminal, and then paste it inside here, press enter. And as this runs, we can see that it has been formed inside here. So come in here inside app, Livewire, and then we have sales payments and we have purchase payments. And in order for us to incorporate that into our system, a few things I'll also still need to do, right, is to come into database, into config actually. Is it config? No, it's not config. Yes, it definitely is config. So I'll go into config. I'll look for my permissions, and I'll add another permission right here, and then I'll come and say manage permissions. So that's essentially what we're going to come in here and do. Now, I'm just going to open my ChatGPT for a second. And we're going to come in here and ask which Bootstrap icon can be used for updates. So there's arrow repeats, which I can use that. There's arrow clockwise, which I can use. Pencil is for editing. I think arrow repeat is fine. So I think I'll come and do this. So inside my roles, so I'll come into app, Livewire, admin, roles. I'll go to index, all right? And then inside here, I'll have a button ready based off of this if statement. So if my role, this role here, is not equal to what? Config, and then permissions dot permissions. And these roles here need to actually be decoded like this. So I'll come in here and do JSON decode, and then open the brackets, then close them at the very end. So I'll just come and say a single equals because I don't want it to match everything. So if it's not equal to config roles, then I want to have a button. And then this button is for updating and update this role ID. All right. So I'll come in here and say, are you sure you wish to update this role? And now in this situation here, I'll just say if the role ID is 1 and the roles are not that, then are you sure you wish to update this role? Then we'll just come in here and just do update roles, update permissions. So are you sure you wish to update this roles permissions? And the reason why I'm doing this button here like this is simple, really. In a case where in the system I change my permissions, I want to be able to update them without having to go and redo the UI and all that kind of stuff and redo the migrations and everything. So I'm going to come in here and create a function called update. So I'm just going to come and say, it's called update permissions, I believe. So update permissions. So let's come in here, update permissions. And inside here, I'm passing in the ID of the role that we're dealing with. And then now here, I'm just going to come and say, if role, right? So if the ID is not equal to 1, then I'm just going to throw an exception, and this exception I'm going to come in here and say this is not the super admin. All right. Then so once we've done that throw, I think we're good to go. I can even come in here and say not equal to 1, like that, double equals. Then I'll come in here and say role is equal to role, so role find ID. Role, then we'll come in here and say role permissions is equal to JSON and code. All right, and this first one, in this previous one, we are doing JSON decode. Here we are encoding, and what we're encoding is the config. All right, I'll do config and then permissions, like so. And then we'll just do role save. And then we'll just come and say this dispatch. The event is done. And then we'll come in here and just do success. Successfully updated super admin roles. Right, then we'll just close this off. And I'll just come in here and take this and wrap it inside a try catch. So this block is really important to me. And I'll just come in here and just copy this up here. And boom, that's done. So if I come in here inside my roles list. So I have another button that is over here. These other ones don't have the button. So I'll come in and I'll replace this over here with a primary color. I'll come and replace this with a primary color. So btn primary. And then I'll replace this with the one that I copied, which was here, arrow repeat. And we'll see that we have the arrow repeat over here like this. So now, given that we now want to update this, we'll just come in here and click on this. It'll ask us, are you sure you wish to update this roles permissions? And we have permission number 17 right there. Manage permissions. But ideally, the permissions that I wanted to have here are not those. I come into the migrations. I'll go to config actually the permissions, and it's not supposed to be manage permissions, but it was supposed to be manage payments. So a good thing that we didn't change anything really. So I'll come in here, refresh this, and we'll refresh this and look at that. Manage payments like that. So it's just that it's done like this. And what we can do next is we can declare that inside our routes web. And now we can declare items to do with permissions. So we'll come in here and do not permissions but payments. So we'll come in here, do prefix payments. So we'll start with sales payments. Okay. And manage payments is the only thing. And then name here is sales payments. And yeah, that's that. Then we'll come in here, copy the same thing. So instead of sales, we'll do purchases. And then we'll come and do that and do that there. So now the only thing we need to change here is this. So we're not dealing with units, we're dealing with sales payments. I don't know why it's not bringing it up. It should be here. So sale payments, sale payments. It should be sale payments. Then purchase payments over here as well. Purchase payments. I'll copy this, paste it here. Paste it here as well. Then we have purchase payments like so. Great deal. So now we are moving well. I think we're moving well. So now we have our routes down. We're going to have our routes down here inside, dealing with purchases. In order for us to do that, we'll go to resources, views, components, supplier list, no, not supplier list item, but sidebar navigation. And then over here where we have our managing quotations, invoices, and all that. So after invoices, we'll deal with payments right there. So manage payments, okay. And then when we come in here and manage payments, we have a new navigation link drop down, invoices, admin invoices. We'll change invoices to payments. And then we'll come in here and do purchase payments. Or we'll just do sale payments. Admin sale payments, like so. And then we'll come in here and do sale payments list. And we'll replace this with that here. Sale payment index. Then we'll copy this. And then I'll call it create sale payment. And then here, I'll come in here and do purchase. Purchase, 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 purchase. And I think that will be good. We'll save this, go back here, and we shall see that we have our sale payments right here. And I wonder why purchase payments is not showing up. We have sale payments, we should have purchase payments. Sale payments, purchase payments, there we go. So we'll come in here into purchase payments. And there we are at purchase payments right now. We are also having at sale payments right now. So how do we deal with all these? Well, now the navigation is done, the routes are done, the models are almost done, just not yet. What we're just going to come in here and do inside our models is dealing with the sales. We have this is paid attribute, which is a Boolean. So I'm just going to come in here and say, okay, we have payments coming in, right? And we have payments attached to us through the pivot. So I'll come in here and say with pivot. And then inside the pivot, we have an array of columns that we can pass in through here. The column that we want to pass in here the most is called amount. So inside the pivot, we have allocated amounts, but inside the payment itself, we have an allocated value. Right. Well, within the payment itself, we have an allocated value. So we already know what is coming in. We just don't know how to allocate it within the particular sales. All right. Now, when we come into our total amount paid, total paid, we'll come in here and just do function get total paid value, right? And then we'll just say attribute over here at the end. Okay. Then we'll come in here and say, we'll just take this again, return this payments, sum, the function here is in the product, and then we'll return the product, the payment, and we'll return the payment, pivot amount, like that, all right? Then we'll say get is paid attribute, right? So return, and then instead of doing this, all right, we'll come in here and say this total paid. So we'll come and say total amount, right? Total paid value, or rather total paid value, all right? Minus this total value. So total value is equal to total quantity multiplied by the unit price that is on each particular item. So total amount, actually it should be total amount. So if this is not equal to 0, then it is actually less than or equal to 0, just in case, you know, people go overboard and the code doesn't work quite well. So if it's less than or equal to 0, then, I mean, return true, right? So it's paid. But if it's greater, right, so which means the total paid value is greater than the total amount. Actually, we should have started with the total amount. They start the total amount, and then we get here total paid value. And that should be it. So if it's paid, this is the logic to use. So I'll come in here inside, this is the sale. So I'll come inside the sales list. And we can see there's a lot coming in, right? So we have this no such column, purchase payment, sale ID. Because inside our database migrations, when we make purchases, we're making purchases from the supplier. And we are purchasing, okay? So purchase payment right there. Sale payment is sales. Sale payments is coming in from the client. A purchase payments going out to the supplier. So what this is it's telling us that the purchase payment sale ID connection situation is not being accounted for. So what I'm going to come in here and do is we'll go to the model again, the sales model, and we have this part for the payments, and instead of sales payment, it should be sale. I think that's where the issue was, because this is sales. And if this issue could occur over here in the sales, then it could also occur in the purchases, but it doesn't look like it is occurring. With pivot, I'm not going to take with pivot value. With pivot, and then we'll come in here and say the column is amount. So you can see here, no such column, sales payment, sales payment ID. So we have sales payment, no such column, sales payment ID. It's supposed to be sales payment ID. Oof. And then here we have purchase payments. So it's supposed to be purchase payments, which is okay, purchase payment ID. So this one is supposed to be sales payments. So sales payment ID. So we made a mistake with this one, but it's all good. I think it's all good as long as the last one was in the last bit was in what's it called? It was in the model's name was in singular. Yes, the last part. So I'm just going to do a migrate fresh seed again. All right, and then we have things settled in. So I'm just going to come in here, refresh. We have things settled in. You can see it's not paid. So we have the total amount. We have, right, and then we have to have the balance. So here's the thing. If we have total paid value and then there is paid attribute, we should also be able to get the balance, right? So total balance attribute. So instead of returning whether or not it's greater than 0, all I'm just going to come in here and do is delete that, save that. Then I'll go to the sales list. Okay, sales list inside the UI. And inside the UI here, we'll come in here inside Livewire, and then we'll do sales index. We'll do total amount, total paid, total balance. Total paid, then total balance. And then we'll just do that here. So we'll do is the total amount, total paid, total balance. So total amount, total paid value, and then total balance. In fact, I could even just easily do this. Let's get rid of this total paid, and then we'll go back to the sales model over here. Instead of doing the total paid value, we'll just do total paid. And then inside here, we have total paid value. Get rid of that. Get rid of this over here as well. And yeah, I think we're good to go. So you can see total paid, total amount, total balance. Status not paid. So now we're getting into the hot seat right now. So we're dealing with sales alone first, and then we'll go back to the purchases. But before we even continue, we already have payments here. We don't have all these inside our purchases model. So I'm just going to come in here and take this into our purchases model. Get rid of this is paid attribute by doing this. And get rid of this. So we have the total balance, get is paid, total paid attribute, and all that stuff. And everything is looking good. So in essence, I should also be doing the same thing in terms of this table inside our purchases table right here. So I'll go ahead and go to the index of our purchases. And then I'll come in here, total amount, total paid, total balance. And then I'll just do the same thing. So total amount, total paid, total balance. And we have that. So essentially this is just, it's done, it's fed in. So if we want to now come and create payments, so we're dealing with, let's deal with purchases first actually. Let's deal with purchases first. We'll come in here and deal with purchases first. So purchase payments list. What we'll do is, the first thing I'll do here is now we're dealing with it from a client's, a supplier's perspective, allocating values for payments. So in terms of this, we'll go into our app, Livewire, purchase payments, index. We'll pass in this whole situation with the purchase payments being equal to purchase payment all, and that's how we'll feed it in. So, and then we'll come in here and just do a delete, of which I can get this delete from literally any one of these. So I'll just come and take it from, maybe take it from users. All right. Yeah, and I'll take it from users, and then I'll come into the purchase payments and index, paste it here, and then we'll come and say that everything that has user will be purchase payment. I'll just replace all of these. Then over here will be purchase payment. Copy this, paste it here, and then yeah, so we have purchase payment. Okay, so if this purchase payment so we have a purchase payment is attached to a purchase. Actually, no, yeah, we'll do the purchase payment, purchases, detach, all that. So there's no real reason why we can't just do that. particularly, because the purchase payments will just work the way it is. So successfully deleted this purchase payment, and yeah, I think that's bound to happen like that. All right, so looks like this table is fairly easily done. I think that's fair. So when we create a purchase payment, what happens? Well, first of all, we need clients, right? So we need clients first, where we have this, no, not clients, but suppliers. So we need suppliers being equal to supplier all, okay. And this supplier made several payments, which is fine. Yeah, I think that one will be okay. And then we'll need to also know which sale it is that they're attaching it to. So suppliers definitely have purchases. We links to purchases. Which purchase is it that we're linking it to? So we'll come in here. Let's actually go step by step and look into it. So before we even proceed, I just want to list down all the purchases, the purchase payments. So I'll come in here inside our purchase payments index, X slot name, or is it header? Then purchase payments. Then we'll deal with it in the fashion that others are being dealt with. I'm just going to come in here and copy this. Whatever is inside here, paste it inside here. Actually, now since I've copied everything, I'll just come in and do purchase payments. So then we have our purchase payments list. And then we have the ID, then the supplier. Then the transaction reference. And then we'll probably have attached sales. And then we have the status. We can't have the status really. We'll just leave it like that. And then the actions. So given that suppliers, the sales payments are what's being passed in, the sales payments always have suppliers. No, sorry. Purchase payments always have suppliers. So for each purchase payments as payment, we'll have the payment ID passing like that. Oh, we also have the date and time. Then we'll come in here and pass the payment. I don't know, payment dates. I don't know which. So we have the payment time actually. Payment time. So we'll do that format like that, JSFY. Then we'll do a capital H, no, small h, I, S, A, like that. All right, so that's the time. Then the supplier. So payment supplier name. Then we have the Next thing is the transaction reference. So payment transaction reference, payment. Like that. And then the next step, the transaction reference, it's the attached sales. So inside here, we're just going to do a for each loop. So I'll come in here and say payment, sales, not purchases, sorry, payments. This is purchase payments and it's attached to purchases as purchase. And then we'll just do, we can actually put this inside the ULLI. So it's really not a big of a deal. We can come in here inside this LI. I can come in here and do maybe say purchase number. You come and say purchase number. And then we'll just do a hashtag and then we'll pass in the purchase ID. And then we'll do a break tag. BR like that. And then we'll just do the amount that will come in here from. So it's going to be a KES over here. And then we'll space it. And then we'll do purchase pivot amount. And that's how we go about that. And then this one will wrap it inside a number format with 2 like that. And so that's the attached sales. So this is it done, the attached sales. So the next thing we'll just have to deal with these actions, which are already here. All right, and then we still have this this thing about the payment, the supply over here, of which we could actually list down like the balance that he's remaining with in order to finish his payments. And that one will be list down inside the supplier's model. So we could do this. We could actually come in here and just do a H4 or H5, name the supplier over here, and then we'll do a H6, and then we'll say balance, and then a strong KES, and then we'll come in here and do a payment supplier balance. We'll just come in here and copy this, paste this here, and then we'll have here, so payment supplier balance. And then inside our, well, this is already an error because we already have sales somewhere here. So over here, there's a for each payments as payment. So admin, then we'll come in here and say, I don't know where this sales is coming from. Turn payment. So we are summing up the whole payments, all the payments, which is supposed to be amount here. So all the payments are amounting to that. And then we'll come in here and do the same thing for here. Um, so I don't know. This is totals, and then we'll come in here 1, 2, 3. So this is ID. We have ID. We'll just close this table body. We'll see what is going on here. Or actually, this TR over here. So I have the ID, date, time, supplier, transaction reference, and attached sales. So ID, date, time, supplier, transaction reference, attached sales. So we have the attached sales, and then we also have the total paid. So we have the total amount paid here. So over here, we'll just add another one. And this one, instead of having this here, we'll have it here. And then everything else just goes to crap. Like that. For this part over here, we have the purchase payments, and then we'll have the payment. Then we'll get the pivot. Then amount. Just like that. So we have the difference in the pivot amount, and then also a difference in the payment amount itself. The payment pivot amount and the payment amount. There's two different things. There are two different things. So we're listing them down. We'll see how this works, and I'll also provide the source code soon enough. So don't you worry. I got you. I got you with this application. All right, so we have our totals. We have the totals for the attached sales, and we're also going to get the totals for the amount paid. In order for us to do that, I need to put this KES down here, like so. Yeah. And inside here, I need to put a comma 2, and over here as well, a comma 2. Yeah, there we go. So comma 2's, comma 2. There we go. So once we've done that, I think we're ready now to create our purchase payments and then get it done. Great. So let's see. If we need to create our purchase payment here, what do we need? We need our rules, first things first. Or we need to come in here, declare public purchase payment. And we'll come in here and just do purchase payment like that. We'll call amount function, which is a function. Right, and then we'll just come in here and say this purchase payment is equal to new purchase payment. And just leave it like that. We'll need rules to be declared. So let's come in here and do a function rules. And then we'll return the rules themselves, where we have the purchase payment dot something being required. And then I'll do that. Now, what next? Purchase payments. We have the purchase ID, purchase payment ID, and the amount. Oh, this is the pivot table. We need to deal with it inside the purchase payments table, where we have the supplier ID, the transaction reference, the payment term, and the amount. So the transaction ID, the supplier ID. So we have the supplier ID. We have the transaction reference. Then we have the payment time and the amount. All right. I think that's good to go. And then I'll just close this off with a semicolon. I think we're good to go with that. Then we have the save function. So function save. And I'll just collect it from my roles function. Roles create. And save it. Just need to paste it here properly. Okay, and then once we do that, we have this validate, we have this try situation that was already there. And then we have the role save. So we'll come in here and just eliminate this. And then we'll come in here and say purchase payment save. And there's nothing really much else to save, but we need to also check a few things, like let's say, for example, attaching amounts to the sales. So we'll just deal with this the way it is at the moment. But one thing I also need to remember is that we're working on this as though they're like sales, which means we need to select the client. So we have the client search over here. Oh, sorry, the suppliers, it's purchases, so supplier search, right? So we'll come in here and we'll create another variable over here and call it supplier search. And now, just the same way we did it here, when we were selecting the client. We're going to select the supplier, this purchase payment, then supplier ID is equal to ID. Just like that. And then when we go to our, actually let me just use our purchases because that's the best thing that we can use right now. And then we have our supplier search and our product search over here. Right? So we'll come in here and return the views of the suppliers. So we'll come into purchase payments, create. I'll paste this here, and then I'll come in here and take this and paste this here. Right. All right, then we'll open this create, and we'll go to our purchases create as well. I'm just going to copy everything that is here and paste it inside here, just to edit slowly. So we'll have this set date and supplier bit where we have the purchase date. So we have purchase payments date time. just like what we have over here. So we have the payment time. Then we have the payment time over here. Right, so purchase payment, payment time right there. So we have type. Type should be, let's see if we have date time here. So I'll do date time local and then form control just like that. With the value being equal to carbon, now, and then we'll say to date time string. And we'll do to date time local string like that. Okay, so now that we're here, we can go to the create bit of it, and then we can eliminate a few things. So we can eliminate this add to product list bit over here. Then we have the if products list situation here. So I'm deleting that, and I'm also deleting that. Still have products list being dealt with somewhere. To purchase, supplier. So the supplier purchase is to supply ID. So purchase, let's do purchase payment. Oh no, this one is for the yeah. So this is where the gotcha comes in, right? This is where the gotcha comes in. I can't replace this here in particular, right? So if that is the situation, I'll just save. Yeah, I think that's it. So I'll come in here, instead of doing purchase here, I'll just do purchase payment. Let's see what happens. And define variable product list, and that is inside this part over here. And I'm just going to come in and delete that. Okay, so we have this set the date and the supplier. And then now we can also come in here, we set the date, the supplier, and the amount, and then we save. The moment we hit save, it now readies us for putting down the sales, right? So what I'm going to do here is, instead of doing a column MD4, column 6, I'm going to do a column MD6, column 12. Then we have to set the date and the supplier. We have them there. And then after setting the date and the supplier, we're going to come in here and we're going to have a column MD12, a column MD6, column 12. We're going to come in here and take the card and the card header that we set up over here previously. Close that off. And then we do the card body, where we now start selecting a few things. So now, given that we have the supplier over here, we can select that, select that, select that, select that. So this one is a different one. So I'll just come in here and do this differently. What I'll do, instead of using the suppliers, purchases list item, so what I'll just come in here and do, I'll just do PA make model, oh sorry, component. And then we'll come in and say supplier payment list item. And then after doing that, I think we are good to go with that one. I'll just do the client payment list item. And then when I do that, I can be able to see, okay, supplier payment list item, where I pass in the supplier and the purchase payment. And then when I do that, I'll be able to come into my components, copy my supplier list item like this, and then paste it inside here. But then instead of purchase, I'll just do purchase payment. Copy that and paste it here. So I still have this, and that's fine. But the only thing I want to change here is, instead of having account details, I want to come in here and do total balance. And total balance should be coming in from the suppliers model. So if I go into my suppliers model, actually this is just perfect. I don't think I'll be changing anything at this point. And yeah, this is actually just perfect. This is actually just perfect. Yeah, this is. I'll take this. I'll take this to go. So now if I let me think. I need to go to the models. And I'm having a mental block, as you can see. I think I'm not going to be cutting this video whatsoever. So I'm having a small-ish of a mental block right now. If I come in here, I go to the suppliers, the supplier model over here, and then I want to say get total balance attribute. And this is meant to be a function, so I'll just come in here and do function. All right. Now, what I will go ahead and do is, this supplier has purchases. This supplier also has payments. So once it leaves our pocket, it goes to the suppliers, and everything is sorted at that particular point. So if I come in here and just do payments, so this is purchase payment. Right, so it has many purchase payments, whereas if we look at the purchase payment situation, because we have suppliers here, so function supplier, it's one supplier. This payment is only done by one supplier, is done to one supplier, and we'll just come in and do return this payment belongs to one supplier. All right, so we'll just write supplier here. Like that, and then we'll close it off with the semicolon, and we finish it off. So I think we're good to go with that one, and we're also good to go with this one. So I'll just save this here. So we have the purchases, things that we've bought from the supplier, and then we have the payments, things that we are, things that we're paying to the supplier. So we'll come in here and just do a few functions, just like the same way we did it inside our sales, right? We have the total balance, we have the total paid, quantity, amount, things like that. So we'll come in here and get the total amount, right? So we'll come in here, do the total amount. So get the total amount attribute, which is this and we're coming in to do purchases, and then sum. The sum is coming in from the purchase, and then we'll come in here, and because these things work hand in hand, we're going to be able to retrieve the purchase and we can go ahead and get the total amount like that. So if we add all the total amounts onto the purchases that are attached to this particular supplier, then we'll be able to get the balance, the total amount. Then we have the total paid too. So total paid, which is now coming in like this one. So total paid attribute like that. So we'll just come in here, declare it over here, and then we'll say this payments sum function payment, this payment. We're not going to use the pivot amount. We're actually going to use the amount itself, right? Then we'll just come in here and do the total balance. The total balance is the difference between the total amount. Total amount in this situation would be now because we're buying, right? Then we are going on a negative, right? And because we're paying, we're going on a, like if we are buying, the balance we have with this particular person, you know, regardless, we'll still have to maintain it as a positive balance. So what we'll just come in here and do is we'll just come and say return this this total amount, which is the greater balance at this particular point, and then you minus total paid. And you finish it off. That's it. So we'll come in here, we'll try and do it. So you can see balances here, balances here, balances here, balances here. Those are things that we're supposed to be paying to them. Excellent. All right, so just in the same manner, I'm just going to copy all this, paste it inside. Now this is the supplier, so I'm going to paste all this inside our client model. And then instead of purchases, I'm just going to do sales. So purchase should be replaced with sale. And this one here is sales payment. And then then we have the total amount. We have the total paid, is payment, 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 then the total balance, which is fine. So if I go back to my sales and go to create sale and do a client search, you can see the balances are over here. So this is what they owe us. But then if we look at the now purchase payments, we were dealing with purchase payments, create purchase. This is what we owe them. That's why the balance, even though it's positive, it's still in red. So I think that makes sense pretty much. All right. So how do we move from here? We have all the variables that we need inside our models. I doubt we're going to create any more variables inside our models. So what else do we need? We've selected our supplier. Fine. Now, once we've selected our supplier, we need to be able to get our suppliers, sales that are attached to the supplier. So in this lower part over here, what we're going to do here, we're going to put the total amount, and then we're going to put the sale that we're going to attach it to, and then we're going to do a sales list search. Right, so, So inside this create, I'm just going to come in here and instead of going on with this whole situation here, all right, then The next thing we're going to add here is the amount. So I'm just going to come in here and copy this input. But what I'll do here, inside this card body, I would assume that we have row. If we don't have row, I think we'll just proceed on as discussed. Okay, so with row, we've not changed anything there. But now, because we have row there, we can do column md6 dot column 12. And because we have this now, we can now paste this here. And we could put date of purchase. No, we want to put total amount. We'll do total amount. We'll come in here and say amount. Datetime local. This is not datetime local, but number. And then, yeah, like that. And then purchase payment. This is amount. Now, instead of having this value here, because this won't even challenge anything. So instead of having it here, I'll go ahead and into our create, where we have our amount, I'll come in here and say this purchase payment, payment date, payment time. I'll just do is equal to that. So carbon now to datetime local string, and I'll come remove this here and import carbon, and we have that there. Quite fine. Quite fine. Yeah. So what's the next thing that we want to do? I have the total amount, we have the search of the supplier. I'm not yet quite sure what else we're supposed to do at this point, except for if once we select a supplier, we're able to get the sales that have not been paid. So we'll move forward. I think having this as a column MD6 column 12 is a bad idea still. What we can do here, because the amount and supplier search, let's search for the supplier. And then the total amount, maybe say they want to pay 1.4 million, or rather 1.3 million. 1.3 billion actually. So they'll want to pay 1.3 billion. If that's the situation, can we attach it to one particular sale? Let's actually have a look. I'll just split this up here like this, and then we'll come and select the sales. So in order for us to select the sales, we need a select. So we'll just do a B5 form select custom. Over here we'll do the sales. We'll do form select like that, and then we'll just do select a sale. All right, and then the option, the value that we have over here is the actual number of sales that are going to be there. So for each sale, so this one is supposed to be supplier sale. So I want to pass in the purchase payment supplier. Sales as, not sales but purchases, sorry, as purchase. And then we'll do an option. The value in this situation is the purchase ID. Over here, we'll just do the purchase ID. So I'll just do number, and then I'll do the purchase ID. And then I'll also attach it to the purchase total amount. So purchase, and then total amount, or total balance actually, like that. Yeah, and I think that should be that. So I'll just come in and say, I'll do this, I'll say if, first I'll paste this there, and then I'll go back to here, and then I'll say if purchase payment supplier. Yeah, just like that. So I have none to select over here, but now if I come in here and select, maybe say SAF, I'll come and select SAF, and then we'll see the purchases that I'm able to select over here. But now, because these are on the total balance scale, I can come in here and say purchase number that, and then I'll do BR. I don't know if BR is accepted in options. Balance. And then we'll do total balance, purchase total balance, like that. And what we can do here so that it can appear well is we just need to add a number format. So we'll just do supplier search again, SAF. So we have purchase number 2, the balances as follows. But now we can't attach an amount that is greater than the purchase balance. So when we do an amount, we can't attach an amount that is greater than the balance that is there. And we also can't attach an amount that is greater than the balance that is there and the balance that is on the list. So we have our code cut out for us. All right, so we'll move on forward. We've selected, like, let's say, for example, we select that one. Now we need to have an amount and a button to save it. So what I'm going to come in here and do is I'm just going to come in here and just duplicate this like this. Column MD6, column 12. Paste this one there. And then when we do column MD6, column 12, the next thing we're going to have here is the amount, and the amount is going to be the same as this one. Okay. So these ones are going to be attached to a separate column. So I'm just going to come in here and just do amount and model amount like that, type number. I'll just come in here and say amount to attach. Also, the total amount inside the list that is going to be coming on this particular side is meant to, on this particular side is meant to actually be, what's the word? I'm looking for the word. I'm trying to think. What I'm going to do here is column 8, and then over here I'll do column 4. Yeah. Such that if we go smaller, then this will become smaller and we'll still have something here. I'm forgetting the word. So it's supposed to, what was I saying? I was saying that the total amount over here is not supposed to exceed the total amount that is set over here on these particular purchases. So even in the edit, if that amount that is there is greater, boom, we lost the plot. So I'm just going to come in here, just do amount and do the purchase ID. So I'm just going to come in here, do purchase. So public purchase ID. And it seems like it's similar to the purchases in a way, because if we look over here, we have selected product ID. So now in this situation, we're going to have a selected purchase ID. Okay, we'll have selected purchase ID, and just like in purchases, there's going to be a function where we select a product, right? We're going to have to select a purchase. So we'll come in here inside our create, where we have select supplier, we also have select purchase. And then we'll come in here and say selected purchase ID. This selected purchase ID is equal to the ID that is here, which is fair. So we're moving well, we're moving quite well. Now, if we look at our actually, because we're not doing a selected purchase ID, because we're using this select model already. We're already using that model. So we have the amount to attach, and we also have the option. So we'll just come in here and do selected where model, and then we'll do selected purchase ID. And we don't really need to do much with that. So I'll just come in here and delete. I won't delete this, but I'll delete this function. We don't need this function right there. So we have the selected purchase ID. We also have the amount, and we move that. So now we have a function here called add to list. Where we deal with it like this. So in order for us to add items into the list, shit, it's already morning. It's already morning. Oh, did you look at that? That's amazing. That's actually amazing. So when we select adding to list, and that means we select the purchase and the amount, right? Because if we look at the purchases, purchase payment, right? It's supposed to be the payment ID, the purchase ID. So the purchase payment ID is already there, the purchase ID is already there, and the amount now is also now already there. So when we're adding to the list, we just need to add a few things there. That is just the purchase ID and the amount. So in with respect to this one here, we have the purchase. Actually, we're just going to come in here and do this trial. Just copy everything that's there, and then from that point, let's actually work it out from here. So we have the selected purchase ID over here, which is required, and then we have the amount, which is also required. Then for each of this, so now we have an item over here called public purchase list. So I'm just going to come in and do purchase list, which is an initially an array. So I'm going to initialize it as an array. And then for each of this purchase list as purchase, as list item, we'll just say list item. So then we'll say list item. Then we have product ID, which is ideally, if I open this again, so this product ID is coming from this over here. So I'll just come in here and replace product with purchase. So if this purchase ID is the same as the selected purchase ID, this selected purchase ID, and the list item amount is equal to this amount, then we'll come in here and set this purchase list and then we'll add the amount. Yeah, and then we'll come in here and push purchase ID and amount. That's it. Purchase ID and amount. Just select purchase ID. And then we'll say this amount is equal to this amount. And that's our list. That's how we'll just deal with our list right there. Actually, yeah, this works. And then we'll come in here and reset what? We'll reset the, we don't need to reset the product search. We don't need to reset, we just need to select, to reset the selected purchase ID and the amount. So this price gone, this gone. Boom, and we're good to go. So we'll dispatch, done, something went wrong, this, save, this. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are good to go when we are dealing with adding to the list. But now we will go to our purchases create and copy that last table which is inside here. And all we'll do to copy this, Okay. And paste it inside here. I'll just close this. And then we'll come and say if purchase list, then total is equal to 0 for each purchase list. As list item, and then we'll say find list item purchase ID, and purchase ID. For every time we have product ID, we'll come and do purchase ID. So then over here we have app models, purchase, find purchase ID. Yeah, I think this part over here needs to disappear. Yeah, that part needs to disappear. So we have the ID. We have the purchase date. And we have the total amount. And then amount paid, amount allocated, and then boom, then the actions. So we have the ID, then the purchase date. So we'll come in here and do purchase. Then we'll do purchase date. We'll come and deal with the allocated amount here. So we have the purchase date, we have the total amount. So we'll come and copy this here. Then amount allocated will come here, amount. And then this part over here needs to be wrapped in the number format. Then we have this also wrapped in a number format. And then we will call this and put a 2 here, put a 2 here. Yeah, like that. Then we will come here, delete all this. Let it reason out. And then we have our actions over here. So we won't have these buttons for subtracting quantity or adding quantity whatsoever. Then we have the button for deleting. So over here we'll come in and call it delete list item. Are you sure you wish to remove this item from the list? And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Yes. So then we have the total being equal to the list item amount, and we'll delete this part over here as well. Then I think we're good to go. I'll just delete one of these, and that's it. And then at the end of this buttons here, are you sure this one shouldn't be make purchase really, but it should be save payment. Save payment. Are you sure you wish to make the payment? And yeah, so now we need to delete this. Need a function for deleting the list item. So we need to go back to purchases, create. We have a function over here called delete list item, which is right over here. So let's come in here inside my create for purchase payments. Put that function in. Replace that with delete list item. Then this purchase list. And yeah, I think we're good to go. And then inside my create over here, there's a button that I forgot to add, and this one is the one to add to the list. So just like the create inside products, there's a button that is at the very bottom of our product sale price over here. Then we have here, are you sure you wish to create a product? Not that one, but there should be something else. Where we select the products and add with a button. Product description. No, this is the products, not purchases. Oops. Okay, so it's right here. So this button right here. So add to list. So I'll come in here, copy that, paste it inside this card over here, the amount to attach, and then I'll come and put it down here, just under the row, like that. And then I show you wish to add this purchase to the list. And then we'll have this add to list function. Then we'll say add to list, like that. So in a situation where we have a supplier, we select the supplier and we select the purchase and the amount to attach, we need to select, like, say 560,000. Add this to the list. So you can see something went wrong. The selected purchase field is required. Purchase ID field. So purchase ID field is over here inside the select. When we select this option, the value comes in the purchase ID. So selected purchase ID is fine. So I don't understand why. You can say property product list not found on the component admin purchase payments create. So yeah, so we understand what's going on there. So there's add to list over here. This purchase list. Yeah, so we get this here. Save that. And I think we're good to go. So we'll come in here, select SAF, total amount, maybe say 280,000. Then the purchase, this one, amount to attach is 400,000. Add this to the list. So we have 40,000 actually. So if I add another 40,000, should be 80,000. So what am I going to do with this? I think I'll just create a separate option. Yeah, then when I come in here and select Safaricom PLC, So let's say I select Safaricom PLC. What happens in that situation? What I want is that once I select the supplier, I'll come in here and just say this supplier search is equal to supplier. All right, I'll come in here and say supplier find ID name. Okay, check this out. So if I come in here and select SAF, boom. It's too easy. Okay, then the amount, since we're dealing with 1.3 billion, 1.3 billion. Then the purchase could be there. Then the amount to attach could be 427,761,822. If I add this to the list, so you can see total amount allocated. Then we can add another one. And I come and say 319,177,076. Add this to the list. Yeah. It's looking juicy. It's looking juicy. It's looking juicy. One thing that I failed to do at this point here is now inside here where we have the table. Oh yes, we have the purchase date, which is fine. What if we decided, okay, we want to do carbon, parse, this whole thing, format, and then we'll use the JSFY format. If we did that, then let's say we do SAF. The total amount here will be that. Then the purchase balance is this. Then the amount to attach is this. Another thing I want to do here is I want to be able to, like if I want to have a button over here, if I click it, it takes the entire amount of this purchase and puts it inside the amount to attach, and then adds that to the list. That's another thing we can do actually. So I'm going to come in here into Bootstrap. Going to go to input group, and there's input group with buttons. Yeah, so input groups with buttons like these ones. So you can see input group right here. So what I'm going to do here is where I have amount, I'm just going to come in here and do input group. And we can see amount to attach is at the side, so I'll just come in here and put it at the top so that it remains the same. And then I'll put a button inside here. Actually, this part over here needs to come outside, and then I'll put a button btn.btn what? I'll do a btn what? I'll do a btn outline secondary or something. Outline primary or secondary. Secondary is okay. It's such a neutral color. And then we'll just do an icon. This icon will be bi.bi wallet. Just like that. So yeah, I saved this. Yeah, there we go. So if I come in here and click this, it should come here. So I'll come in here and just do wire click and be equal to take balance. I'll take the balance. So I'll take the balance of whatever it is that has been set over here, right? What the purchase is. And I'll come in here and just inside the create here. And the part where I'll say take balance is here, function, take balance. All right. And then whatever it is that is inside this part of a selected purchase ID is what is going to be our purchase payments amount. So I'll come in here and just say this purchase payment amount is equal to, then we'll come and say this selected purchase IDs. So I'll come in here and do this. So I'll do purchase find ID. So this ID will be this selected purchase ID. This selected purchase ID, then I'll come and take the total amount. Right. But now, in the situation where we've not selected the purchase payment, in a situation where we've not selected any of that, so I'll just put this inside an if statement and then paste this in here. And then in a case where this has not been chosen, yeah, just keep it like that. All right, if we have nothing here, then I would like to, okay, actually, let's just do it like that. So there's nothing there, nothing there. But now if I come in here and do supplier search, select Safaricom, total amount, maybe say, and then the purchase, to select this one. Ooh, yes. So this amount here is not what I wanted to change. It's this amount here. Okay. So now that we have this here, select that, take that, add to the list. I think that's better. That's all right. And given the value of this entire cart over here, I'd want to come and click a button and take the entire value that comes at the end of this, so that the total amount also comes through for us. So in order for me to do that, I can also create another input group. And that input group, I can come here and copy this little situation over here, paste it inside this part over here, and then get rid of this MB3, or not. Get rid of this MB3 right here, and then take full balance. And then for taking the full balance means that whatever balance that is at the very end of this part over here is what we take. If I can I can come in here and just do take full balance, and then do what it is that was here before, this purchase payment amount. So what it will be is a reiteration for each. All right. And this if statement I don't think will be there. So I'll come in here and say total being equal to 0. All right. And then for each, and I'll come and pass in this purchase list. As list item, right? Then we'll come in here and just do total plus equals to item amount, like so. And then once we do that, we can come in here and say that this purchase payment amount is equal to total. And yeah, so in such a situation, if I were to click on this, it still remains there as nothing, right? But if I come in here, let's say we select a guy over here, we come in here, declare a purchase. Okay, the take full balance should be up here. I think I forgot to set it up like that. So this one should be take full balance. So I come in here, then add this to the list. Purchase, I'll take that one, take that. Take full balance is not changing. We have take balance down here. Where's take balance? So we have take full balance. This should be take balance. And then the one at the top should be take full balance. That's exactly what I want. But why is this one clicking like this one? That's interesting. Take balance, take full balance. Take full balance, take full balance. That's okay. I think we're good to go now. Okay, so that one. Purchase there, amount. What? Oh, yes. Sorry. This should be purchase payment dot amount over here. Purchase payment dot amount right there. That's what's happening. Okay, so I think we're good to go now. If I come in here and select the purchase and the amount, add this to the list. We've added that. We want to add another one. Add to the list. Add this one to the list. Okay, and then we want to get the total amount, which is there. Then we save the payment and boom. So now we have the save payment not found on component, of which now we need to create a save payment. All right. Now we validate. So in order for us to validate, I think I'll put this inside here. And then once we do this, we want to check if the amount that we are adding into the list, first things first, before we add this item into the list, like this, so if list item purchase ID is equal to the selected purchase ID and the amount is the same, I don't want the amount to be the same, so just add the amount in. right? But now before we even do that, before we even add the amount, we need to check if we need to first of all check if the amount, the total amount inside the balance is greater than the list items. It's the same thing that we did in the sales just recently. So essentially we're just going to go to the sales create. We look at this part over here where we were adding to the list. And we had this part over here. We were supposed to enable this, by the way, and just leave it like that for now. And then we can see inventory balance is low. So if the product find selected product ID inventory balance is this quantity is less than this quantity, right? Then throw the new exception. Same thing for this particular situation here. If the purchase find this selected purchase ID total amount or total balance is less than this amount, right? Then we throw new selection, balance is low. Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Now, I think we're good. I think we're good at this particular point here. Yeah. Just going to leave it at like this for now. But there's still some more metrics I'm sure we'll be able to assess in the future. But as of now, this is essentially what we wanted to do. So if I come in here and let's select now our supplier again. Let's select the total amount, which is going to be still 0. If I come in here, amount to attach is this one. So if I come in here and increase this and then click on add to list, it's the total balance is low. So if I come in here and do that and add this to the list, it will add to the list, which is fine, which is perfect. Actually, in fact, if I come in here and then do amount to attach, add this to the list again, now that's where the problem comes in, right? So if the problem comes in over there at that particular point where we're checking for each purchase list, we're going to have to check again this list item. We're going to have to check it twice, okay? So for each of this purchase list as the list item, so now we're taking the list item and we're looking for the situation where our purchase date exists. And then we take the total amount. So we'll come in here and say the new balance is equal to the amount that is coming in from the list item subtracted from the total balance that is there. So the total balance in this situation would be the purchase find ID of this list item's ID, this list item ID. So find list item, and then we'll come in and just put purchase ID. And then we'll come in here and take the total balance, okay, and then we subtract it, all right, from the amount that is coming in from this list item. So we'll come in and take this list item, and then we'll say total amount, or rather amount. And that is the new balance that we have found here. So in a situation where we found the new balance like this, all right, what happens if inside the list item, we have this particular So that's the new balance. This is the new balance of this list item that is here. So we'll come in here and say if new balance, because we want to add another amount. All right, so if this list item is equal to the selected purchase ID, yeah, and the new balance is less than the amount. So that's the only situation where they can clash. So this amount. Great. So that's when we throw another exception. We'll just say the total balance is low. Okay, so let's try it again. This time we deal with it like this. So we come in here and select Safaricom. The total amount, we know that it's not going to work. The amount to attach is here. I'll add this to the list. All right, and then we come in here, select this again, attach the amount. So this amount over here, if I come in here, add this to the list, it will tell me total balance is low. Perfect. Even if I have one and then add this to the list, total balance is low. Perfect. I think that's pretty much it. So now in this situation, I want this function to appear inside my take balance situation here. All right, so we have a for each loop going through the purchase list. So we'll have the new balance being equal to purchase find ID list item purchase ID total balance minus list item amount, and then we'll come in here and say if list item purchase ID is equal to the selected purchase ID and the new balance is less than this amount, then what we want to do here, instead of saying this new balance is equal to this amount, we'll come in here and say this amount is equal to this amount minus the new balance. Great. So in this situation, we want to come in here. This is the first function that runs. We know that we have this selected purchase ID. We know that we have this amount coming in from here. And then we have a for each loop going through this purchase list already that is already existing. Then we have a new balance coming in for each and every single item of this purchase list. And then now we have this situation where if this list item purchase ID is equal to the selected purchase ID and the new balance is less than this amount, then subtract this amount from the new balance and put it inside the new this amount. So if I come in here, try again let's try this again. So I'll come in here and then we'll purchase that much We'll put this inside there. I'll remove 17, put 00, and then add to the list. All right, and then I'll come in here. I'll do the same thing. Take this here. Then I'll attach the amount. So I'll say amount to attach is this one. But all I want this to show is 17. So you'll see that we're dealing with one purchase. So I'll just get rid of this here, and then I'll put this here. So new purchase ID, selected purchase ID, yeah, total balance, and that. So now we'll come in here and say if the new balance is less than or equal to this amount, now we still have to search it from the list group so that we can get the new balance of this particular list item. So put that inside this if loop, right? So if this selected purchase ID, then we'll look through this list and look for this list item purchase ID. If this list item purchase ID is this selected purchase ID, and we have a new balance. So new balance will be purchase ID minus the list item amount, where okay, I think we're almost there. We're almost there. I think debugging this is being a bit of a difficult task. So we'll say if this list item is equal to this selected purchase ID and this amount will be equal to, yes, then we'll come in here and just say that the purchase, then we'll come and say find ID minus the list item quantity, or list item amount, sorry. And then this one will be here, find ID, total amount, total balance, sorry. Boom, I think we're good to go. So this ID is coming in from this list item product ID, purchase ID, sorry. And boom, I think we're good to go. All right, so if I come in here and I want that, the total amount, we'll get it later. And then I'll come in here, amount to attach, maybe. So we'll have that. And and then we'll have all right, so boom, I think this is it. I think we're almost there. We're almost there, we're almost there, we're almost there. Okay, try again. Total amount, we'll deal with it later. Then we have the amount to attach. Great. Now I'll remove 17 here, put 00, add this to the list. Okay, and then when you come in here, select this same one, amount to attach will be, oh my goodness, that was beautiful. That's beautiful. Then if I add this to the list, then boom. Okay, so we're done with that. Now we can just save the payment and be on our way with this purchase payments situation. But the only thing that is missing is the amount. So if I come in here and just take the amount in total, we want to pay this full amount here. All right, so I'll come in here, copy this, paste it here, and yeah. So now we'll save the payment. In saving the payment, this is where we are at. We validate, and then we save the payment. Then we do an attachment, right? And this attachment is just the same as inside sales, where we make the sale, this sale save, and then for each of these product list, like so. So for each purchase list as list item, this purchase payment, and then we'll attach purchases, attach, then we have the list item, purchase ID, and then we have the attributes where we have amount, and then we have the list item amount. And that's it for everything. So we have now saved our purchase payment, and now there's no looking back. So if we come in here, search Safaricom here, we'll come in here, put this together, add this to the purchases, add this one to the purchases, add this one to the purchases, and then add, okay, let's try again with this one. You can see 0. Then over here, you can see there, we add this to the purchases, and then we come and take the total amount, and then we save the payment. Transaction reference field is required. Oof, I keep on forgetting about the transaction reference field. Transaction reference field is required. So that's the last thing that we think we're going to have to add over here. So we have the payment time, and then we have this over here, the supplier search. We have to get the transaction reference. So input, and we'll come in here and do B5 from input, then transaction reference. Type is text, name is ref over here, and then we'll this small help text, I'll just get rid of that because we're not verifying with this, and enter your transaction reference. And yeah, I think we're good to go. So all you just need to do here is add the wire model. And then the wire model in this situation will be the purchase payment transaction reference. So purchase payment transaction reference. I'll save that. I don't know what I edited in sales. Oh yeah, this is what I edited in sales. So I'm just going to come in here. I needed this to work. So yeah, we're good to go. And we have the payment time, the amount, and the supplier ID. So we have the date time, we have the transaction reference. Maybe we'll just put NEF, something like that, YGH, something like that. Supplier search, Kenya Airways, total amount. Okay, Kenya Airways don't have a balance to pay. Maybe say Bidco, total amount. We'll set that up later. So come in here, attach the amount, add to the list, attach the amount for this one, attach the amount for this one, attach the amount for this one, okay. And then we have the total amount which comes in from here, and then we'll just add this to there. We'll save the payment. Boom. And now it's redirecting to the rules. So all you just need to do here is admin sales payments index. All right, so sale payments, we'll just come in here, go to the sale payments list. And now we need to deal with the sale payments list. Sorry, the purchase payment list. Yeah, it should be purchase payments list. And now we're dealing with the purchase payments list over here, and we're talking about this part over here, the transaction reference. And this one shouldn't be in a number format whatsoever. I don't know why I put it in a number format. I think the other one is, it should be in a number format, is this one, supplier balance. And it should be decimal point as well too, like that. And then undefined variable sale. And I'm just going to come in here and edit all of them. So now we have attempt to read property amount on pivot. So purchase payments, that should be in the purchase payments model. So purchase payments So we have the purchase payment model where we have purchases over here, but then now with purchases, we have to have with pivots, and yeah, and then the column that we need is the amount. It needs to be multiple columns, it seems. Either that or because we are dealing with the purchase payments with pivot amount. That's interesting. Because I know if I come into my, if I go into my database, I have that table there. So database, database SQLite, then we have product purchase payment, and you can see we have these amounts and everything. So everything is good. Everything is fine. Problem is what? Problem is it's picking it up from here. Attempt to read property amount on null. This one is on the line, which one? Purchase payments index, fine. Line 66, which is down low over here. Should it be payment amount or payment pivot amount? $66, this one here. This one here is the problem. Still with it like that. So you can see balance is 0, attached purchases is here. That's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. Okay. What if we did inside our purchases total paid? Yeah, total paid. That's it. Purchase number, there. We have the total paid. Then over here, inside the payment amount, payment pivot amount should be okay. How about total paid? Oh, yes. So we know payment over here with pivot should run through the purchases pivot total amount. And does not exist in this collection instance. Undefined property belongs to many pivots. So, this is what should be happening here. So I don't know, with pivot is refusing. I don't understand. Does not exist in this collection instance. But I remember also when dealing with sales, we did that with pivot, and then we ran the quantity and the unit price inside the with products. And then when we were displaying it inside the sales table, when we displayed it inside the sales table, this is what we did. So we had total balance there. We had the sale total quantity, sale total amount, which is okay. We didn't use pivots anywhere, which is very interesting. neither did we use them in the rules. But I have a high suspicion that we used it inside users. No, we didn't use it in anything. We didn't use these many-to-many relationships in anything else. So I think here we probably have it all wrong, in the sense that maybe we need to check purchases and look at how it's attached or linked to the payments. So inside purchases, our purchases model, payments needs to be with pivots. Yeah, I think that should have been it. Okay, for every payment has many purchases, so we need to also return the sum of those purchases. I think that's the problem. I think that's where the problem lies. Because first things first, this one here is the main problem. So this one here, I'll just get rid of this first, and then get rid of this first. So we have amounts over here, which is the total amount for the attached purchases. But then there's an amount that has been paid, which essentially needs to be accounted for. I'll just put another TD here. Now those are the attached purchases. And the amount paid. So inside the amount paid, we have this payment amount over here and this one over here. This one, I wish that it would come from the pivoting table. So I'll come in here and copy this again. It's more or less a recurring function, I would say. So I'll come in here and say payment, purchases, sum purchase. And then I'll come in here and say purchase, pivot, amount. Yeah, that's essentially what I actually needed to do. So then if I come in here and just do a -1, then it will -5 from here till here, because there are 5 purchases and I've -1 from each. So it works. That's essentially what I needed to do. I needed to call from one single purchase, and then call the pivot from that point. Yeah. So I needed a singular evaluation, which is okay. I think we're good to go. at this particular point. I'm hoping that I don't have much else to do at this point here. You just need to get the totals over here. So we have the total paid. So we have the attached purchases, and each attached purchase, there's a total paid that for each and every single purchase here. But then the amount paid for this purchase needs to be put here. So KES, and then we'll come in here and say payment. And then payment. Oh, so this is the total amount paid, like within. So this one will just be payment amount. And then over here, all I just need to come in here and do is purchase payment sum, payment amount. So what I did here was totally unnecessary. Here is where I need to attach this. I'll just come in here and copy this, paste it here, and then here, copy this, paste it here. What are we saying? Yeah, what are we saying? Then, of course, number format is a very important one here. So number format, payment amount with 2 decimal places, and we're good to go. And then there's a place where I've pasted this twice, so I don't know. Yeah. That's how we do it. So that's how we record payments. How about the edit? So now that button inside our create for the purchase payments, the index for the purchase payments needs to redirect to the purchase, from purchases to the purchase payments. So we look for the first one, which is here. I think that's the only one. And even the deleting of the purchase payment. Then we'll just come in here and do purchase payment. Actually, this should be payment ID. That's it. And then we'll deal with it in a situation of... Oh, actually, it's already been dealt with. We've already dealt with it, so it's okay. It's all right. Then what we need to do here, what we need to do here, what do we need to do here? So if we direct it to the edit, and essentially the edit will be the same as the create, except for some few variables. So I'm just going to come here, copy create, paste it inside edit, and then I replace a few things here. So whatever it is that we had create, we'll replace with edit. Boom. And we're good. We're good at that point. Now, in terms of editing, mount takes in an ID. So we'll look at it from the perspective of the purchases or even the sales edit, and look at how this purchase payment is equal to new. Now it's equal to purchase payment find ID. And then the payment time should be carbon parse. And then we'll come in here and say that it's this purchase payment. Actually, never mind. It's already come through. Yeah, it should already be fine like this. Yeah, I don't understand why it's saying it cannot implicitly convert collection to purchase payment. I don't know why it's saying that, but it should be working. And then we'll see for each of these sale products as product, we are pushing into an array with the product ID, quantity, and price, this products list. So in the same manner, I'll do it like that. So I'll come inside here, the same manner. Then I will, this is a supplier search is equal to this purchase payment supplier name, and then we have here product ID. This will be purchase ID being equal to purchase ID. Don't know why it's saying a lot of BS over here. Cannot implicitly convert eloquent to, let me try find or fail. Just keep it like that. For each of these purchase payments, purchases as purchase, we'll come in here and say this purchase list. Values, purchase ID, amount. Then we'll come in here into product purchase pivot amount. And then we get rid of price and we're good to go. Then we have this supplier search is equal to that. Then we have this add to list, which is the same. All that mumbo jumbo is the same. All of this stuff is the same, really. The save button is the same. Yeah, I think we're good to go. At this particular point. Now there's a small slight problem that could be occurring. That this save cannot go on if the purchases on the list are different from the purchase, there's a supplier that has been selected. If the supplier that has been selected does not have any of these purchases on his line, then yeah, we shouldn't proceed on. But I'll edit that shortly. I just want to see if this thing is working. So if I'll go to purchase payments list, we can see purchase payments edit is not working. And that's it's unfortunate. So let me just go to the web routes. Purchase payments edit is there. So if I come in here and click on this, we can go ahead and we'll actually go to index. This one should be payment ID, not purchase ID. So if I come in here, go here, we'll have the create. I'll just copy it into the edit. The logic may probably be different, but the UI is the same. All I just need to come in here and do, save. So yeah. Now if I was to change this supplier, it will go through, and that's not what I want. That's essentially not what I want. It means that the supplier has paid for somebody else. So if I come in here into this edit, I'll come and say this validate, then I'll say for each, okay, so for each of, now we're surfacing each and every single piece inside this purchase list, right? So we'll surface every single piece inside this purchase list as list item. Then I'll come in here and say, so in a situation like this, we have to reiterate through each and every single piece of this list. If there's one item that is not belonging to the supplier that we've selected, then we just cancel it out. So we'll come in here and say, okay, that we have access to the purchase ID of each and every single item over here. So we'll come in here and say, if the not in array, all right, and then we'll pass in the needle. The needle is at this point the list item product ID, purchase ID, this one. So we'll come in here and copy this. So the haystack is now the array that we need to look for. And at this point, we need all the purchases coming in from this supplier that has been listed over here. So I'll come in here and say this. And then we'll come and say, so this is a selected supplier. This selected supplier has been made. So I'll come in here and say this purchase payment supplier purchases, and I'll come in and do that function, and then I'll say pluck. I'll come and do ID like that, and then I'll come and direct it to array like that, and that's our haystack. So we'll come in here, open this up, and then we'll throw a new exception. And then we'll say this supplier doesn't have all these purchases. So here's the thing. If we come in here and let's refresh this. We come in here. This is Bidco. We know that this is Bidco. If we come in here and select Safaricom and then save the payment, it should essentially tell us that these purchases do not belong to Safaricom. But if we come in here and do Bidco, we're having a bit of a problem here. Yeah, maximum execution time 30 seconds exceeded. So that's a bit of a problem right there. That's a bit of problem that maybe our RAM doesn't. So this is 2 for each loops. I think that's where we are going wrong with this. Right. So I think where we are at right now is we are good in terms of how this model functions, but I'm going to comment it out just because we just need to try as much as we can to save this and see if we can move forward. And then again, we have our maximum execution time of 30 seconds exceeded. So that is where we have our biggest problem, our biggest challenge. And then again, inside our sales as well, we had our sales somewhere here. Inside our sales edit, before we saved, we detached and then reattached again. So that's exactly what we need to do here. We just need to come in here, detach. Detach the purchases. And then reattach them over here like this. So yeah, it seems as though we've copied everything again, but the function of saving is also causing us to have a maximum execution time. Just the same way that if we went into sales list and then we decided to edit and update the sale, it will do the same thing. So we have a problem with this part of our function. Am I willing to go through editing it? I don't think so. But so far so good. I think we've updated everything to do with our payments, and especially on the purchases side. So all we just need to do is do exactly the same thing on the same side, on the sales side. And for us to, of course, we're waiting for that maximum execution time 30 seconds exceeded. In fact, I think what I'll do, let's actually resolve this error right now. Let's actually resolve this error right now. We see. So for example, you could mistakenly create an endless loop. Obviously, in this case, increasing the execution time would help. Or given you're storing the received data in the database, there are techniques that can greatly improve the performance, such as using transactions or multi-insert queries. Profile your code, find performance bottlenecks and optimize them. Run a CLI or set time limits. As a last resort, you could temporarily extend the time limit using either that or that. Okay, you know what? I think I'll just go to the ini file, just the same way this guy has said. And then I'll go ahead and change the execution time. So I'm just going to go to inventory app tutorial. I'll go to, actually, these are the sites. The .ini, we're using version 8.3. PHP, memory limit, max file upload size. Goodness, I need to go to the php.ini, and in order for me to do that, I'll just go to HUD. It's either here or it's either inside here. So see users, Steve, HUD. Interesting. It looks like my php.ini is, so php, where php. So I'll come in here, HUD bin. And then I'll come in here and just type start, insert. Really? What if I did this? Okay, we're here, and this is PHP 8.3. Let's edit our php.ini, and we're looking for our maximum execution time. So maximum execution time is 30. Let me ask, what is the ideal max execution in PHP? 30 seconds by default. If a script runs longer than 30 seconds, PHP stops the script and reports an error. I'll do this because I know it's not a continuous loop. I'll just put 360 here and max input time as 120. But we also need an increase in RAM. So instead of 512 megabytes, I'll do 2048. And that's essentially how we'll go about that. I'll stop that. Out of this, don't save. And yeah, I think now at this point, I'm able to run this function here. So I'll come in here and update the cell. Let's see what happens. And if 360 seconds are going to pass just like that. 360 seconds is 6 minutes. I know this thing will take that long. Okay, maximum execution time of 30 seconds, done. So I want to stop all services, then start all services again. Then we see what happens here. If I click on update, you can see gateway timeout. So it seems like Nginx has decided to stop our function from running now that the maximum execution time has already exceeded what it was supposed to run with. So it's probably the detach and attach situation. And I think I need to actually check out what is the problem here. All right, so I think the initial set of maximum execution time being 30 seconds was just fine. I think what I'll need to do is I'll have to run this by chat to see what ideally is the best way to go about this particular function. So yeah, so I'll just open my chat GPT right now, open a new chat, set this up, and then I'll ask, this is running a max beyond maximum execution time. What can I do to optimize? Let's see. So it talks about batching database. It talks about batching database operations. So it says instead of detaching and attaching records one by one, use batch operations to reduce the number of queries. So this is the refactored code. It says, oh, that's what I did. Oh, that's what I did. You can see sync data is over here, and then for each purchase ID as list item, we put it like that. And then over here, we just sync the data. Oh my God, why didn't I think of that? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's silly of me. That's actually very silly of me. That's actually very silly of me. With a single sync call. It's just one. So then we have sync data, this purchase list as list item, like that, like that, like that, like that. So I'll come in here, and then we'll come in here and just do this for each. We'll replace this. So, all right. That was so silly of me. Why did I not think of sync? Why did I think of sync? Ah, mad. It's actually madness. Okay, so this one piece of code, I need to go ahead and check it out. So we have the purchase payments list. We'll go to the edit. We'll click on save payments. It's gonna do the same thing. Maximum execution time 30 seconds. It's gonna do the same thing. Actually, Nginx is going to actually crash at this point. I should have stopped all services first and then restarted again. I'm gonna refresh this. Hit save. Here we are. Here we have maximum execution time of 30 seconds exceeded. There is our error, ladies and gentlemen. Again, purchase payments. Because the save payment for the creation is working, but when we come to this part over here, where we need to actually put in our, I think making so many for each loops is the problem as well. Oops, I did it again. Okay, let's say I come in here and just save. I think that's the only thing I want to do. I come in here, just save. Just look at that. Like just saving is what's throwing my error into a dumpster. Just saving is throwing my code into a dumpster. Let's say I don't even validate. Let's say I don't even validate. Save payment. Okay, that works. Let's say I run the save function. Okay, that works. Don't tell me it's the validation that's a problem. Okay, I'll come in here and do the sync data thing. So all that I remove for it to work is the validate. Aha. So it's probably how the validation rules are written, because validate itself is not usually the bottleneck. Very interesting perspective. So inspect the validation rules. If your validate call includes complex or nested rules, which it does not, so we move on slowly. Then it says use custom data validation for bulk data. Interesting choice. Because the only validation that we have over here is this one here: supplier, transaction, payment, and amount. So if I come in here and try and use this, let's try and see what happens. Oops, I did it again. It's pissing me off. It's pissing me off. I think maximum execution time 30 seconds exceeded. And there we are. All right, so it's clear that validate is the problem. It's very clear that validating is the problem. Because if we come in here and now we want to reduce this as, let's say, reduce this, and then we do this, and then we click on save payment. Yeah. The thing about it is that BitGo Africa's balance at this time is not zero. But this works, and I'm not going to actually enable this validate, so I'm just going to, yeah, I think I'll just leave it like this. And this is something I'll let run, and then I'll get rid of this, the detach function. Okay, so now in a situation where I come in here, and then I come and select a different supplier, like Safaricom. If I click on save payment, it shouldn't be allowing me to do that. This should be BitGo. Oh, yes. So if in array, I'm confused. If this purchase ID is not in the array of this supplier, then this supplier doesn't have all these purchases, right? I think, okay. I think these guys are really really edging me right now. So let's do this, yeah? Let's go into this table here, and we'll add another column, supplier. And then over here on this purchase list, on this side over here, because we've added supplier before the purchase date, we're going to come in here, duplicate this, and then we'll come in here and say name. And then we'll put the same thing inside the edit. So I'll just come in here and copy this inside from the create to the edit, paste it there, boom. But this needs to be supplier name actually, not just name. Yeah, so you can see Bidco is the ones. These are the ones. These are the boys. How am I saving this with Safaricom? Okay, yeah, that's fire. If I come in here and just do Bidco, something went wrong. This supplier doesn't have all these purchases. Doesn't make any sense. Because we're iterating through this list over here inside our edit, right? Inside our edit, we're iterating through this list over here, this purchase list as the list item, right? Now we're checking if inside the array, our needle is this list item over here. And then the haystack is here. Okay, maybe it just wants us to pluck ID. Can this work? Must be of type array. This supplier doesn't have all these purchases, yes. That's essentially what it should be. Let's purchase payment supplier purchases, pluck ID to array. Then if it's not in the array, this supplier doesn't have all these purchases. So let's say we change this to Bitco again. This is when it should be accepting. But it's not. Supplier search Bitco Africa and I've selected. Now this is the problem. Selected purchase ID is null, but this should be a live active one. Okay, I think yeah, on clicking this, going back to the edit, selected purchase ID should be done. So every time I select it, it should be active. And that's essentially what I'm seeing here. So purchase payment is taken from here. and then it's pushing to these. So now every time we change this purchase payment like this, that's okay. Now we'll come in here, this supplier search is equal to purchase payment supplier name, fine. Now what happens if I come in here and select the supplier? Then the purchase payment supplier ID is equal to ID. That's even better at this point, right? Then we'll come in here and this supplier search changes the name. But what happens that this particular purchase payment still remains as why would it still remain as Safaricom's purchases? Because we have purchases here as well. We come in here into our purchase ID. I have another purchase ID over here. I have another one here. And then we have another one here. Those are our purchases. This is from the purchase list. But now when we look at purchase payments, we have relations. So the relations that we have are the purchases themselves, which are here, and the supplier as well. But the moment we select a new purchase, is when this should change. But I don't understand what's going on here. The moment we select somebody new, like Bitco, that item should change. We have a selected purchase ID at this point here. What we want is if so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take the selected supplier ID and then replace it with this. So I'll come in here and just come in and say selected supplier ID. So we'll come in here and just do supplier find ID. So the ID is this selected supplier or this what? This selected purchase ID. No. It should be selected so this payment purchase payment supplier ID. Then we take the purchases, we plug the ID and we move it to array. Okay, let's try that. We can't save this because it doesn't have all these purchases. Bitco. Let's try you, Bitco. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good now. Now if we come in here and save this again, we'll be okay. If we come in here and run our mouse with Safaricom PLC, then we will not be okay. All in all, if this has been hard to follow, I will still provide the source code a little below. You can see purchase balances over here. Amount to attach. I'll add this to the list. What? Oh, never mind. This, the amount to attach, add this to the list. There's something going on. There's something actually happening. The add to the list function is not working. And maximum execution time of 30 seconds is there. So this add to list function is not working at all because of this validate. So interesting how this function validate is just the biggest problem inside update values. So I think that's something that Laravel probably need to check out and fix. If it is all across the board, and if it's not, I think we just need to move on and find out what is causing these errors for the validate function. Now we'll just need to close all these that are not working. And now the same way we've done the purchase payments, we will do the sales payments. So all I'll just do here, all right, I'll come in here and copy everything that is in here, paste it inside my sales payments. So I'll just come in here and delete that, and then paste this. In every one of these, I'll come in here and just delete purchase and replace it with sale in everything. So sale, but this one here is sales payments. Okay, and then we'll have sales payments here. And I think that's pretty much it. And then at the very bottom, we have sales payments. And here we also have sales payments. Okay, then we'll go to create. Sorry, create here. For every bit, okay, before we continue, we have suppliers here inside our sales index. We replace that with client. Save that. We'll go to our create, replace all of those again. Go to sale. Here we go to purchase. And we'll replace that one. Actually, all of these. Yeah, actually just like that. I think everything is good to go at this particular point. And yeah, we're good to go. So inside our create, we also have our edit. Replace that. And replace that as well. Now we have this thing called client payment list item, which we've not created. So I'll just come in here and say PA make component client payment list item. So they're essentially the same things, right? So I think I created it already. Yes, I created it already. So it's client payment list item and supplier payment list item. So client payment list item should be identical to the supplier payment list item. Except we replace supplier with client and we replace purchase with sale. We'll save this. And that's essentially it actually. So all we just need to do is follow through. So in order for us to follow through, we'll need to go to our admin purchase payments, literally copy everything that is in here, paste it inside sales payments by deleting all this first, and then coming back here to paste everything here. And then just in the same fashion, purchase is replaced with sale. Of course, we have over here, it's supposed to be sale payments, which is fine. But here we have sales payment, and here we have sales payment. That's the only thing we need to change. And then new sales payment. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. And we go to the bottom. I think this one here is fine. The only thing is that in our routes, it might be changed a little bit, which is good. So then we move on to our, so that was our sale. I'm pretty sure that was our create. Now we change this a bit. We'll change the supplier to client. Yeah. The same fashion, supplier to client inside our sales edit, sale payments edit. And then we also have purchases. So purchase turns into sale, except for here, sales payment. Then we also have sales payment find ID, which is fine. Sale payments edit. Great. So So this is inside our sale payments edit, sale payments create. We've done it also. And our sale payments index. We'll need to also come up with the route. So I'll come in here and replace everything. But the model needs to be replaced. Over there, and there. Controllably save that. Our edit is the one that is really bugging me because I don't understand how this is bringing a problem. It's saying eliminate database eloquent collection to app model cell. It's saying find a model by its primary key. Yeah, that is the purpose of the function. So what is the error coming? Cannot implicitly convert eliminate database eloquent collection to app model sale. Okay, but anyway, all the same, I think we're good to go. I think we're good to run this. I'll close everything. And then I'll try and run it. So at the purchase payments, let's try the sales payments, the sales payments list. We're over here and define variable sales payments. So I'll come in and deal with it here inside our sales payments index. Yeah. And then at this point, we'll come in here and create a sales payment. We'll do a client search, select that client, total amount. We don't have a total amount just yet. We don't have a sale attached to this client. So boom, we'll just come in here, select this one whose balance is here. So which means they have definite sales that have that balance. That's interesting. We'll go to create. It's very interesting. So when we're dealing with this selection here, inside the sales, it should actually give us all of them. So sales payment, client, sales as sale. Oh, but I think all the same, we haven't set up stuff inside our models. So what we'll come in here and do, just like in the purchase payments, we needed to set it up in the sales payment as well. As you can see, we have sales, but we don't have client. So we'll come in here and do function client, and this belongs to client class. We'll save that and instantly, let's see if we can do anything at this point. I'm sure now we can get our stuff. So we'll come in here, set the amount to attach, add this to the list, click on OK, and then save the payment. And boom, we are ready. But you can see admin sales payments edit not defined. So I'll come back here, go to the index. I think it's in the index that we have this problem, and it's in this point over here, sale payments edit. There we go. And then these totals, of course, they're not coming in the way they're expected to come in. And that's because we also don't have our sales configured the way we were supposed to configure them. So we'll copy the same things that we did inside the purchases. We'll go to models, purchase, Then we'll go to sales payment, sales. Open it on the side, and you can see we have all these attributes which are pretty much the same. Sales payment is okay with sale payment with pivot amount, but I think this should be captured like that. Then payment pivot amount, which is okay. I think that till there it's fine. Then there's total paid. Total paid is okay. Then total balance. And one thing I should have done, I should have done this. I should have come in here and said this total underscore balance, like so. So I'll just do the exact same thing here. And yeah, refresh. So this ideally should be okay, but it's not coming through. Pivot quantity for the total quantity, that's okay. The total amount, that's okay. And then we have the products, supplier, client, which is fine. Yeah, I think all these are fine. All these are actually fine. They're the same exact functions, but the purchases seems to be working over the sales. So the models are fine. Let's go back to Livewire, purchase payments, index. And yeah. And over here, on the purchases, we have purchase payments, we have purchases. That is inside here. But here we have our purchases, sales. Ideally, there's no reason why we should be having any problems whatsoever. I feel that we might be okay up until that point. So let's actually try recording the sales payments. Because here we have the attached sales, we have the amount paid. Okay, I guess we do not have the total amount paid, so, and the total that is supposed to come up over here is not coming up. So we have the client, we have the sale date, the total amount, and the amount allocated is not coming up. So if we come in here and do 774 023 229 00.00, and then hit save, you can see integrity constraint violation, not null, constraint failed, sales payment amount. And over here we have a 0 balance. Okay, so there's something up with our edit. And ideally what we will just do here is I'll go to a sales payment list. I'll come in here and just delete this. Create a sale payment. Client search. I'll put in the total amount. Maybe say, okay, this one doesn't have any. Maybe I'll take this one. I'll take the sale. I'll attach. to the list, put this there, and save. Great. So the total for the amount paid is coming through, but the total for the attached sales is not coming through. And I wonder why that is. The total for the sales payments is total here. And the pivoting function should be working. If I go back to sales pivot or payment, sales payments is okay, but the sales model itself is what is bugging me. So we'll go to app, models, go to the sales. We do not have pivots on, oh no, we do. We have our pivot between here and the sales payment. Now in the sales payment, we don't have our pivot. So we'll come in here and just do with pivot, and then we'll come in here and stick the amount. So once we do that, we'll refresh this and it will come, which is fine. And then when we refresh this, this is okay. Great. So essentially this is all that we needed to do when it comes to attaching payments. And yeah, I think we're good to go at that particular point. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Up till this point, we are good to go. So now, ladies and gentlemen, this has been part 4. This is essentially this last bit of what I'm supposed to do in this video, and that is the calculation of profits and losses and stuff like that. So essentially, that's what we're supposed to do in part 5. What I'll do here in part 5 is I'll incorporate documents that are required when it comes to generating inventory data, and that is a stock sheet. I could easily do that here right now, but I want to make the next video a 30-minute long video where we can just generate the stock sheet and actually keep tabs and see what it is that is going on, and then feeding the stock sheet data into the system. So essentially I've done this for 5 hours, 5 hours and 3 minutes. What I want to do here is I want to close off so that we can be able to internalize everything that is there so far. So I will attach the GitHub link of this. Actually, in fact, I will go ahead and open my GitHub right here. So this essentially is what we need. I'll just come in here and just do a new repository name. I'll say inventory inventory app tutorial. And I'm so tired already, I can't even type. About 5 hours in and we're good to go. So I'll make this public. And then we'll come in here and drag everything into the system. So I'll just clear this. Let's do git add all, git commit -, and I'll save that. I don't know why I did it like that. Git push, no, git remote add origin. and then get push origin master. So ladies and gentlemen, you will find your code over here. Aha, so we're good to go. I think everything that we've done is, we're well in right now. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that we are good to go now. So you can go ahead and find this inside here in my GitHub. I will actually put this in the description down below. So don't forget to, leave a like on this video. Don't forget to share this video if you want somebody else to learn from this, and consider subscribing. And yeah, I'll leave you guys at that. Please do indeed take care. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be seeing you very soon. Take care. And God bless.